Hello, hello, welcome to the stream. My name is Evan Freiberger, and today we're going to be covering the severe weather and potential tornado threat here in the New York State. We do got a couple of tornado warnings already being issued out here. So far, kind of the same kind of deal that we've been dealing with in this state for a while. A lot of these areas have been side lobe contaminated, not really too pressing in terms of a dangerous tornado risk right now. But we do have a couple of surges here in the cold pool that might have to be watched down the line, maybe for some QLCS type tornadoes. But, for the most part, I really don't think we're talking about too bad of a threat. But I decided to come on here for a little bit just to watch this little kind of surge in the cold pool here, see if anything forms on the north side and maybe along the southern side of the storm. But so far, so good, I would say, at least in terms of the tornado warnings that we've had so far today. We've had a little bit of circulation that kind of made it onto land there near Sackett's Harbor, but that one was kind of on the weaker end. But we do have not significant, but we do have a decent, severe thunderstorm warning on this storm here. And eventually that's going to be heading over to Lowville here in a little bit, and then also over there towards Philadelphia. Down the line there. So if you guys live in this area, just make sure that you are indoors and away from windows. And then we also have another little severe thunderstorm warned line here heading into Hastings, Salina, Constantia, Cleveland, Bridgeport, and Minoa. But yeah, that's what we're watching right now. We do have some cells down here that are a little bit more discreet, but the rotations on them haven't really been particularly dangerous. A lot of them have been in the inflow. This one actually seems to be associated with the reflectivity there potentially, and that's over there near Cayuga Heights. A little bit of rotation is with that, but it's kind of on the weaker side right now. But if we come over here, let me pull up the storm or the mesoscale analysis here. We'll go over to the lower level shear and the upper level shear. We'll come over to here. So yeah, looking at the lower level shear, there is a little tiny bit of lower level shear here in New York of around 25 knots. It's mainly on the southern side where the cell is, unfortunately, is kind of in a bad radar spot to really see what's happening near the surface. And, the northern part isn't in too much shear, but, you get a little bit of a cold pool surge. You can see some spin ups attempt to happen. Looking at the 500 millibar map, you can see we do have a decent area here of some upper level shear that's going to be kind of pushing over the storm, and eventually we could get maybe a couple spin ups. It's a 2% tornado risk, but I just wanted to hop on here because we are getting a couple of tornado warnings to give you guys a little bit more clarity of what we're dealing with here in New York, some decent coverage. So hopefully everybody is doing all right. The Des Moines PDS tornado yesterday was prompted the PDS was rated an EF1. Interesting. Okay. Looked a lot worse on radar, but I guess the radar kind of overplayed the amount of rotation that was on that thing. Yes, we are back. You are going to have a storm tomorrow. You sure? Like 100%? Thoughts on Eastern North Carolina tomorrow? Most likely won't see anything except for some wind. Maybe a storm with some wind, a couple thunderstorms could be possible. Should be on the low end of the risk spectrum. Nebraska is looking, I think there's a little 2% over there in Nebraska. Yeah, there's a little 2% over in Nebraska near like Norfolk, north of McCook. Damaging winds could be possible and also some hail. Should remain relatively tame, but you can't rule out a tornado. We had a tornado warning here in Ontario. Oh, wow. Do you know where? I'm assuming it would be associated with this line maybe by the time it like went over here near like Colborne and Picton. You assume this is going to be another MCS surprise. We'll see. And if we look on the models on the HRRR, and then we pull up the composite reflectivity, as this thing kind of pushes off to the east, it might organize a little bit more as we get into like 3 or 4 p.m. Over there near like Utica. But you know, and there's a decent area of upper level shear. It just really depends on how much this thing can organize and kind of create its own shear environment. It's going to be kind of weak. Like yesterday, it was a lot stronger of that lower level shear with associated with the storm. So that was able to kind of spin up a lot of QLCS tornadoes in its own little environment. But there's a little bit of a risk out there for that to happen again today. Latest scan down here with this storm. Still think we're dealing with some side lobe here, but over here, that could potentially be some legitimate rotation there on the backside there near Newport, storm relative. Yeah, a little bit of rotation there. It's kind of hard to tell. It's a very messy view of the storm, but Clay and Salina should still be in their safe spots here in New York. This one up here near Watertown. Still trying to organize some rotations. A little bit kind of on the weak side still, but there are two little areas here we could have to potentially watch, but so far so good. Not really seeing that kind of organize into anything too serious. Yeah, no problem, Mia. No problem. Hopefully, I think you guys just got a little bit of wind there in most of Ohio. Yeah, no problem. Just doing what we do best. Glad you guys tuned in. Do you think this will extend into Northeast New Jersey? Let me check the latest. Yeah, I mean, some damaging winds and some hail could be possible for northern New Jersey. That'll be later on. We could see these storms maybe extend a little bit further down to the south, and if they do along this boundary, then you could potentially see some thunderstorms happen out there. We are starting to see some initiation start over here near like Sunbury, also kind of near Bloomsburg as well. Yeah, it could be an embedded threat. They did allow this tornado warning up here near Watertown to expire, which is not overly surprising. That rotation isn't overly dangerous right now. It's a little bit on the broad and weak side. But probably just an MCS that's forming. But eventually, I do think that we're going to have to watch the southern side of this little MCS, further down the line here for some little QLCS tornado threats, kind of like what we dealt with yesterday, but it should be a lot less active. A lot less active. Yeah, from this radar, still kind of hard to tell what's happening here. They do have some circulations along the southern side, but it's just a very messy picture of the storm. None of these radars are really that close to the storm at all. I mean, there is a decent little shear environment down here as well. I mean, if these storms can mature decently here, we might see something. Yeah, I mean, it's not the worst shear environment. It's around 20 to 25 knots down in here. So I mean, if these storms can mature, let me look at the lower level lapse rates. I mean, the lower level lapse rate should be good enough. I guess the only thing that is in question here is going to be: is there going to be enough forcing for these storms to do any or to mature enough to tap into the shear environment? Because there's a little decent shear environment. Just down here, though, that is some side lobe. We're watching for rotation up in here, still a little bit broad and weak. Wouldn't be surprised though, given the history of this NWS, if they start warning all of those storms, unless they learned what side lobe was from this outbreak, or not from this outbreak, but from this event, from the last event. We'll see. Maybe a little bit more rotation starting to form here near Black River, here in New York. Still a little bit on the broad side there. Yeah, it's mainly just an MCS circulation, so we'll probably see a lot of rotations try to get a little closer to dropping, but not quite get there. Usually that's what happens with these MCSs, unless they form kind of like a bookend vortex. Sometimes you can get a tornado on the backside of the line, but typically when you start to see this at the beginning of a wind event, the rotations usually stay on the broader side, especially on the northern end of these kind of lines of thunderstorms. Missouri. Yeah, there's no severe thunderstorms out here, but you guys did get a heck of a lot of rain. My goodness. A lot of flood reports, multiple road closures there near Eureka. St. Peters, Missouri, which is crazy because you guys weren't really in too elevated of a flood risk, at least according to the models. But it's like you guys might have gotten a stalled outflow boundary that just has been training storms and rain over you guys constantly here. And yeah, I mean, there's a heck of a lot of flooding reports. Under 1 foot of water, impassable. Multiple water rescues in near Brentwood and I-64. U.S. Highway 50 closed due to flash flooding. Well, hey, you guys had it pretty bad over there. Jeez. Also, what the heck happened over here? Jeez, 93-mile-per-hour winds at 4:08 a.m. Man, that's way too early for that. What the heck? Imagine. That would have been terrible. Waking up to 90-mile-per-hour winds at 4 a.m. Jeez Louise, that caused a lot of damage. Must have been like 1 or 2 storms that did that. You can tell that that's where that boundary was oriented at the time. Might have continued to sink a little bit, and then now you just got rain trained over you over and over there. Yeah, I mean, there's still a little bit of rain on the way, but that flooding should slowly subside. That those rainfall rates should be on the lower
A new
end.
tornado warning has been issued.
Just got a new tornado warning for this storm here near Clay and Salina. This right here, let me circle it. That might be associated with some decent rotation there. So yeah, if you live in Salina, Bridgeport, Manoa, you guys need to be going to your safe spots. Let's see if we can find a traffic cam on this guy here. That's on 90 near Syracuse. Yeah, there's definitely gonna be traffic cams over there. So let's go check it out. There's that. We'll go over to there, interact. Here's Syracuse. This is north of Syracuse. So we want to try to find something here. The heck was that? Looks like I was looking at a refrigerator. Can we see anything on this camera? There's a little bit of something back in there. Kind of want to go a little bit more to the east, though. If I'm being perfectly honest. Maybe along here. If we could find a good view from here, it'd be best. Maybe just a little bit further south. Yeah, Salina, Bridgeport, Brown Center, Eaton Corners, Lakeport, Weaver's Corner, and Uniontown all need to be in their safe spots. Surely we could find a view. I guess not. I guess we'll have to go directly under the circulation, which would be right in this area. Yeah, this would be directly under the circulation, so we'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, there's actually 2 little areas of rotation within this little area here. If we come over to here, you can see that we do have a little broader circulation there. I think that's inflow contamination, but up here near Clay, seems to be a little bit more concerning, but that was not even the one that's warned. That's actually associated with reflectivity up there. Oh, man. I'm going to try my best to be nice to the NWS this time. But this one pretty obviously seems to be in the inflow of the storm, which means it's most likely contamination. They're going into Salina. But this up here is actually legitimate broader rotation. But they didn't warn that one. So, we'll keep an eye on it. If we start to see some of this rotation start to work its way underneath that reflectivity, then, we'll have to take it a little bit more seriously. But for now, if you live in Salina, Bridgeport, and Cleveland, just be in your safe spots. There's probably a little bit of rotation somewhere in this storm, but it's probably not even close to tornado imminent. But we'll be keeping an eye on it for you guys in case something does develop. And I'm probably going to be keeping more of an eye on that northern circulation, though, to be honest. Do you want to check back up here near Watertown again? Yeah, still very broad circulation here near Black River heading towards Natural Bridge. Not seeing anything overly concerning there. Checking along the front edge of this storm, which eventually we might have to watch down the line. Still looking good. Not really seeing any spin-ups, little quick QLCS spin-ups there just yet. Yeah, the shear environment is technically better down here, according to the latest meso analysis. So, I would expect to see some spin-ups eventually down here as well. We'll see if those storms can mature enough to tap into the environment. Doing good, very tired. I'm very tired too. For some reason, last night it was just really hard to go to sleep. Stayed up till 4 a.m. against my will. It's just laying in bed from like 1:45 to 4 a.m. trying to go to sleep. Let's come back over to here. Looks like we have some winds picking up. This is just right outside of that leading edge of the storm. I really want to get a look on the side lobe contamination, just because that'd be nice. It'd be nice to kind of show you guys, what it looks like under side lobe contamination. Fortunately, though, I don't think we have any storm chasers out today. Pennsylvania storm trackers might be live. Let me check Tornado Pagey. I doubt she came all the way out over here, but no, she didn't. PA storm trackers. Let's see if they're live. They are not. You went to sleep at midnight. Yeah, insomnia. I only get it like when after like a long coverage because I just get so tired that my body, like for some reason, becomes restless. The latest scan here, the side lobe contamination is getting even broader. If we see like if we see this kind of like migrate just a tiny bit more this way and then tighten up, then we'd be concerned. But as of right now, this is just mainly just gusty winds. I'm about to push into Bridgeport. A little bit of broader circulation here, but really not that concerning right now. Not that concerning. This one down here is looking interesting near Southwood, but that again is in the inflow. They'll probably warn it though. How much you want to bet? I'll see why they wouldn't. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. Keep an eye. We'll let you guys know something serious happens. I do want to kind of meander around though. Yeah, no dangerous rotations on these guys just yet. There's a little bit of circulation here, but that is contamination. A little bit of broader circulation here. That could be legitimate if it tightens pretty much in this area here. So we'll keep an eye on that. Also another little supercell there. Not really tapping into really much. Weak circulation on that as well. Yesterday was quite crazy with intense. Yeah, it was very crazy. My mind was so active after I ended the stream. Just kind of like replaying it all. Okay, we're starting to get a little bit more rotation try to develop here on this portion of the storm. A little tightening happening there just to the north of Phelps Mills. No debris ball on that yet, but definitely worth watching this storm again with that little circulation. It should be brief, but it might try to do something. Sometimes you can get little spin ups along these bookend vortexes. Still nothing overly concerning along the line of storms, though, that are pushing towards like Lowville right now. But we'll be keeping an eye on it. 70-mile-per-hour winds are still possible, though, over there near Lowville, so I wouldn't let your guard down. Definitely would be indoors and away from windows. These kind of winds are, kind of famous here in New York for knocking out a lot of power. Right around that 70-mile-per-hour range, pretty much is like a New York derecho in terms of wind damage and power outages, just because the infrastructure and the plant life, the trees aren't really overly adapted to thunderstorms like this. Turn my fan. Shit. Hold on. I got it on. All right, let's keep on looking at it. A little interesting signal here. We're getting a little bit more reflectivity in this area and a little bit of a couplet developing. Now that seems somewhat legitimate. This signal over here for this strong of wind seems a little bit on the high end. So we might be dealing with a little bit of contamination, but it does seem like that there is some circulation at the very least there from that radar. Let's check a little bit on the closer one. Yeah, the closer one is kind of indicating the same thing. It's still kind of a little bit contaminated, but there's probably some rotation trying to form there just to the east of North Syracuse, which would be close to one of these cameras here. Try going up just a little bit further north. Oh my. We got some sort of traffic jam going on down there as well. It's kind of hard to make out, but the winds are pretty strong underneath this storm. They are pretty strong. Oh wow. I don't know if this camera's attached by a freaking tie. What are they called? Uh, this little plastic thing that you tie on to things. Tie wrap? No. What are they called? My dad uses them all the time to repair stuff. Zip tie. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's attached using a tie or not. But I mean, it kind of looks. I don't know. It would be helpful if there's a little bit higher of a definition cam. I don't know if the shaking is, indication of this thing, being this strong, but it could be. It could be a well attached camera. It's all speculation, but I mean, a little bit of a surging wind front potentially with this pushing towards Bridgeport. Zip tie cams, yeah, exactly. Potential downburst, maybe. Yeah, it seems to have calmed down a little bit. We might search for another camera a little bit out in front of this thing too. Just keep our eyes wherever we can on these storms. I mean, there's a lot of cameras in New York. A lot of cameras, so we should be able to catch some pretty cool stuff. This storm a little bit further to the south near East Syracuse doesn't have much rotation on it, but it is about to merge in the line. Sometimes you can see this try to, spin up with a merger there. It's usually a low chance, but I mean, there is some. Oh, well, it was strong enough to knock out the camera. The camera is gone. Check one a little bit closer by. Let's check. Oh wow, it actually is pretty windy on this camera too, near the surface. You can see the winds are blowing around, or the trees are blowing around a little bit. Definitely some severe winds, potentially able to knock out a couple, a little bit of power out there. Yeah, let's yeah, latest reflect or latest velocity scan is still indicating a little area of circulation near Brown Center, but it still looks to be mainly in the inflow. So we're definitely still dealing with a little bit of inflow contamination. There's probably a little bit of circulation in that region. Let's see what this storm ends up doing. I mean, it's a little bit more of a discrete and mature supercell. I don't really see why it wouldn't try to rotate at some point with the shear environment, but we'll keep an eye on it. Let's come back up to here, check on that little tightening circulation. Yeah, looks like it only lasted for like a scan or two. Didn't produce. So we'll keep an eye on it. Typically, these again, these like this is like kind of like the beginning of an MCS here, and typically on the northern side of these, you just get broader circulations. Very rarely get tornadoes. They're not technically impossible with those kind of storms, or with this kind of storm, but I mean, we'll see little tight circulations probably every now and then, but they don't usually sustain long enough to drop a tornado. But what we do need to watch out, though, for this storm is for those QLCS tornadoes to form on that portion of the line there. As the environment that this guy creates locally, it could be enough to spin up a couple tornadoes. We'll see. Hot glue gun. Now that would be interesting. A hot glue gun can. That would shake probably without wind. Yeah, we are starting to get rotation in this storm, but again, it looks like it's located in the inflow. We're looking back here for rotation. We're just not seeing it just yet. Back with the one that's warned. We still got some side lobe here out in front. So yeah, still not seeing anything within the storm that is actually looking concerning right now, like in terms of tornado imminent. But if you live in Bridgeport over there near Cleveland and Messenger Bay, I would still be in your safe spots just in case this thing does try to wrap up eventually. And if nothing happens, just consider it as practice. Those trees are starting to move a little bit more here. Definitely some gustier winds. Potentially somewhere between like 40 to 50 miles per hour. We'll keep an eye on it. Where is this? This is in New York, where these storms are right now. Not the only area we're expecting storms today. Eventually, storms could fire over here in like Nebraska, then like South Dakota, maybe going into Kansas a little bit. But these are the storms we got now. Still a little bit of broader circulation up here. Nothing's really changed. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. Check on these little more isolated cells down further to the south. Yeah, still a little bit of broader kind of. That's some decent circulation in there. It's just not tight circulation at this moment. There is some broader circulation south of Syracuse. It's trying to get its act together. I wonder if we have any cams near like Rome. If this thing has like a little bit of a shelf cloud, that might be worth checking out. Yeah, there are some cams over here. There's Oneida. Should kind of be out in front of this thing. Come on. Give us a storm view. Ooh. This might show something eventually. Maybe. I feel like it should be seeing something already, but there could be maybe a shelf cloud that we can see out of that camera eventually. There you can see the base of the storm to the right. Camera's already struggling though. What's this one look like? You know where that is? Yeah. Well, there you go. And I think we might be able to see something eventually with this camera. Kind of seems like it's facing the wrong way, maybe. Verona. Where's Verona at? Verona. Okay, so that is near Rome. I wish this can't. Whoa, this one might have a view eventually. Let me see what this one's looking like. Get it to load. Maybe. Yeah, we'll check back in with these cameras. I'll keep this one up for now, or not this one, but that other one up for now, and then we'll come back to them. And we'll search around again once the storm's just a little bit closer. See if we can't find a little view, at least of the storm before it comes in. I want to see that shelf cloud. Let's check back over with this guy here. All right, so we are actually starting to get some circulation in this little kind of semi-discrete supercell that's merging right now, right in there north of Manoa. Very weak circulation. Not overly concerned with it right now, but keeping an eye on it. In terms of the tornado threat with this storm, again, there really isn't much. It's mainly just damaging winds. We do still have some like side lobe contamination appearing in this storm. And there goes that tornado warning. But yeah, so, you know, that's kind of what we're dealing. That's what we're going to be dealing with a lot with this National Weather Service. But some of the rotations eventually today might be legitimate and could produce tornadoes. I have a feeling we're going to get a lot of tornado warnings today, just because of this NWS just seems to lack the understanding of what side load contamination is, which is fine. I mean, they don't really get tornado warnings too much up here, so you wouldn't expect them to really be experts. But we'll relay the information as good as possible. In terms of the 70-mile-per-hour windstorm with maybe even some ping pong ball sized hail, that is pushing off to the east now, still into New Bremen, Lowville, Croghan, and Harrisville. The strongest winds, though, are probably going to be up there near Harrisville, if I had to guess, just south of Harrisville. Breaking evacuations ordered near the Nashville Dam in Illinois. Really? Residents of small Illinois city ordered to evacuate amid warnings that dam could burst due to once in a century rainfall. That just happened 1 hour ago. Where's the Nashville Dam? Can I search it on here? Nashville Dam, Illinois. I'm guessing it's in Nashville. Probably near this river up here. Very interesting. That's not good. That is not good. How much rain fell up here? Oh, wow. Yeah, a lot of rain fell over here. My goodness. Anywhere from 7 to 8 inches over there, and then 6 to 7 inches over here. And if you live near the Nashville Dam, downstream of the Nashville Dam, definitely, you know, be evacuating. If you're underneath that evacuation order, you need to be evacuating immediately there. You also have some little storms down here as well. Not much of a favorable shear environment for these guys, so I'm not expecting them to do much. And then maybe become severe here and there. Get some zip ties. Yeah, there you go. Fix the dam with zip ties. That's what we need to do. That'll do it. Zip ties are like duct tape. You can use them for everything. Let's come back over here. Any more rotation in this guy here? Not really. The little area of circulation died off. This actually might be semi-legitimate there. South of Bernards Bay. Yeah, we do have a little area of circulation in an area of the storm where there is reflectivity there. That's not the inflow, so there is a little bit of circulation trying to form at least north of here again. It's over Oneida Lake right now, kind of heading off, I would assume, towards Cleveland. Yeah, towards Cleveland. We'll be keeping an eye on that. Can't rule out a water spout to a tornado threat with that if that keeps tightening up. It's still good to go on the northern side in terms of rotations. The dam breached 1 hour ago? Oh my gosh. Major emergency in Nashville? That's not good. Um, yeah, I'm not even sure. I'll see if there's like any government cams out there. There might be like a dam monitoring cam. Nashville. Nashville dam cam. Maybe find the damn can. Anybody finds the dam cam, let me know. Yeah, I just see a bunch of news stories about it. And like a bunch of like Nashville cameras. Surely there's some like sort of water government website that would have some sort of cam in that region. Pipe bursted in St. Louis Fire Department, sent it in DMs. Oh yeah, check this out. And the St. Louis Fire Department pipe busted here, and now they are getting uh, a lot of flooding. This is what my house looked like a year and a half ago before, or right when it started flooding. Wow, that is a lot of flooding. Really hope everybody out there is safe. There's already water rescues happening over there, and then with that dam bursting, that's going to cause some very, very serious problems. I want to try to get a camera view on that. Yeah, latest up here near Oneida. Actually, a decent area of circulation going into Cleveland right now. That should be warned. Yeah, you can really see that that rain is wrapping around in this area. There's the inflow of the storm. That is just legitimately decent rotation. Right in there. We're not going to see a debris ball because it's over the Oneida Lake right now, but I'd be watching out there in Cleveland. That tightens up on the last scan right before it goes into land. That could produce a tornado kind of right on the shore. And then this dam break 2 years ago. I don't know. Secondary dam is overtopped. That's technically not as bad as a dam burst, but that's still pretty dangerous. Still going to get some potential flooding out of that. This is the only area I'm concerned about right now. Not the tightest rotation, but I mean, if it tightens right before shore, with no tornado warning, it could be bad for Cleveland, New York. It's on land. Not seeing any reflectivity spike. I'm assuming after this thing goes on land, it's going to broaden out quite a bit. It seems like it's just locally, because before it hit the lake, it really wasn't doing much. It's been over the lake for quite a while now. And yeah, as it approaches land, it looks like it is kind of losing that circulation a little bit. Still no debris ball. Storm relatives are definitely a lot more broad. Yeah, a lot of people have been getting storms lately. Been a very stormy couple of days. In Canada, Canada's had some decent storms. Also noticing another little area of circulation over here, near North Osceola. It's kind of on the outflow boundary of the storm. Given our proximity to the radar, that might be associated with reflectivity. We just can't see it that great yet. But yeah, keeping an eye on that little area of circulation, trying to tighten up there north of Osceola. It's going to be kind of in the middle of nowhere, so we'll keep an eye on it. We have 5 minutes from Liverpool. All is okay. Gotcha. There's some rotation heading towards Binghamton. Huh? Are you saying is there or there is? Are you stating that there is rotation? There is no rotation heading towards Binghamton. And in fact, there is no storms that are heading towards Binghamton. So that's wrong. At least at the surface, there's no rotation. Western New York, like in like Bativa near Buffalo, Rochester, your guys' threat's over. Not expecting much to form back here. You might still get a couple little showers trying to pop up, but for the most part, the main severe weather is going to be associated with these clusters of storms over here. Cleveland, New York update. Yeah, we just saw that rotation kind of fall apart, but I mean it's actually trying again a little bit. Still broader, not tornado imminent, but they might throw a tornado warning. I'm surprised. Out of all the side lobe contaminated, actually, knowing them, they'll definitely probably warn this guy first, which is in the inflow before they warn this one over here near Cleveland. But I mean, technically, it's kind of on the broad and weaker side. So if I was in charge, I wouldn't have technically warned this yet. But if it starts to get a little bit tighter, a warning could be imminent. We'll see. I'm gonna check back in with this area of rotation here. Yeah, still a little bit of wrapping up happening here north of Osceola. No debris ball on it, still a little bit on the broader side, but keeping an eye on it. You can really see this thing start to spin. It's really cool. You can see that on radar. There's probably some cooler shelf clouds that we could see up there. Let's try to find a view. Let me just make sure this camera is not seeing anything down here. Actually, we might get a shelf cloud from this camera. I think that's the storm on the right side. It's just a little bit too far to see. That's what I think it is. Oh, wow. Look at that. A little area of circulation is also trying to form as this supercell we were watching is merging. Well, let me be centered here. Merging with the line of storms here. Oh, don't crap out on us. You are our only hope. Oh, wow. Yeah, they're moving the camera a little bit. They face the wrong direction. Okay, I see. They just really wanted to see that tree there. No, that was our only good view, sir. There's nothing about that tree. It's gonna be helpful. No, they just turned it to see the traffic on the other side. We'll come back to them if they turn that camera back around, but let me see if this camera's seeing anything yet. Not a decent sky view. There's something on the left side. I still think this camera is facing the wrong way. We still might see something from it, but I really hope this one switches back around here. We'll monitor it just in case they do, because it had a decent little view of something. The camera's located like right here where that supercell is going. So if it could get turned back around, that could be helpful. Yeah, back over here in Cleveland, still seeing a tighter area of circulation there, just to the south and east of Cleveland. It's trying to tighten up a little bit. It still technically hasn't really made landfall with that rotation yet. No debris ball on it because it's not over land. So we'll see. I mean, I don't think it's going to be strong enough to produce a tornado. Sometimes we can get some weaker tornadoes out of these circulations. So we'll keep an eye on it. But so far, so good. Yeah, this thing's kind of wrapping up in the storm right now. There's a little area of circulation within there, which is mainly a gust front right now. Nothing really like tight or tornado imminent. But I'm sure I bet you it's got some decent structure. Yeah, it looks like this area of circulation is broadening out again. Still not overly concerning there near Long Crossing in Cleveland, just keeping an eye on it. This up here is still trying a little bit there south of Michigan Mills. Not super tight rotation yet, but still worth watching. What is the run on this storm? What does that mean, Blondie? Oh, where's it going? To the east. Going to the east eventually. Down the line is going to be like Oneida, German Flats, Utica, Inlet, Oswegatchie. A little bit of a tighter circulation trying to happen up here now. No debris ball on it yet, but that's a little bit concerning here. Still a little bit on the broader side of things, but I would still say not tornado imminent yet. I said that correctly. Let's go. That's great news. Okay, this camera's annoying me. I don't know why they turned it around to look at this, but they did, so, it is what it is. We'll see if we see anything with this camera. We'll see more than that other camera, that's for sure. No problem, Crystal. No problem. Yeah, a couple areas of circulation trying to develop here south of Michigan Mills. No debris balls on these guys, but they've been trying to rotate and tighten up for a while. Now we got two. So keeping an eye on those guys down there near Michigan Mills. Those might try to do something eventually. A little bit further up to the north, still have some circulation there south of Harrisville. Messy radar view from down here. We could technically get maybe a view on one of these storms. I think I remember seeing a camera down there last time we were covering this area. Here's Binghamton, yeah, Marathon. Oh, wow. That one's in the storm. South of Marathon. Look at that. A little bit of rain and wind. This further south, we'll probably be able to see. If we go north, we might be able to see some. Mhm. Yeah, we'll keep it on that cam for a little bit, as there's still
A
some
new
rain.
tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. That's going to be for the storm we've been watching here for a little while. Oh, wow. Yeah, it definitely tightened up there as the latest scan. South of Thompson's Corner. So we'll be going towards Dibbletown, Bossvale, Pine, Taberg, Bleens Corner, Glenmore, Ansville, Lee Center, and Hawkins Corner. This is concerning. That could drop a tornado at any moment. That's a tornado imminent storm. You guys need to be in your safe spots. This just got real. Not sure if we can get a view on this guy though. I think our closest cameras are going to be over here near Forestport. Yeah, strong circulation with this storm south of Thompson's Corner. No debris ball on it yet, but this is certainly a tornado imminent storm. Might even be on the ground as we speak, but we're just not seeing a debris ball yet. So if you live over there near Dibbletown, Blenn's Corner, Blossville, Taberg, Ansville, you guys all need to be in your safe spots here in New York. Again, this is located just to the north and east of Syracuse and to the north of Rome. Very close to dropping a tornado. Let's just hope that this is a brief circulation, because if it's not, then we're going to definitely get a tornado out of there. Yeah, that tightened up very fast. I mean, the last scan before, ah, it was a little bit broader, but then, yeah, last two scans definitely getting tighter here. Oh, latest scan, it's a little bit more broad. A little bit more of a broad circulation now. The tight area of circulation is gone. We still have some stronger broad circulation, though. This thing could definitely be in a process of cycling, which means we could see this, get a little bit stronger in terms of its rotation as it approaches Ansville and Lee again. So just make sure that you guys are continuing to be in your safe spots. We have to also watch this southern area here as well. Kind of have a similar supercell trying to form to its south right here. Still trying to head towards like Verona and Rome. I'm gonna get a camera back over there. Because I don't think we have anything like nearby this storm. Yeah. They turn this camera back around. Still waiting on that latest scan. Just now tuning in, we have a tornado warning here in New York. It's kind of located in the central portion of New York, kind of north and east of Syracuse, north of Oneida, and heading towards Ansville and Lee. If you guys live in Ansville and Lee, you need to be in your safe spots. This actually has some pretty serious broad rotation on it right now, but it's not tight circulation, but that could definitely change again as we get closer to this storm. So please, be in your safe spots there in Ansville and Lee. And again, that safe spot is the lowest, most interior room of your house, as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter, or a basement that is underground. Okay, help. I do appreciate that. And we'll talk about those in a little bit. It seems like this camera is down near Verona. You live in Liverpool and your basement is in Cortland. Praying it gets canceled. Yeah, I hope it gets canceled too. Hoping this is going to be a brief circulation, but I mean, this is where the sheer environment would be technically supportive of a tornado, is right up in these regions here. This is where some of our best shear environment is currently. Not really that strong of a shear environment, but as you can see, little tight and quick spin ups are going to be possible with some of these storms today. Yeah, latest scan, that circulation would be here now north of Vienna. Still heading towards like Lee. Ansville still needs to be in their safe spots. Yeah, latest scan, this is a little bit of a broader circulation. Heading towards Lee. Please continue to be in your safe spots. This area of circulation is a little bit broader now, north and west of Verona. Still heading towards Rome. Not necessarily a stronger circulation right now, but again, these things can cycle and they can sometimes pick up some stronger rotation. So I would at the very least be weather aware there in Rome. I don't know why all of these cameras that we were just watching are down. Maybe there's some power outage issues. They all appear to be down right now. Yeah, here's this camera, which is just shrouded in rain. It's like this camera might be back. Yeah. This is the view from inside that southern storm. And this is what it looks like right now. Pretty hefty winds still in this storm. Look at that. Even the traffic lights are swaying a little bit. The shear values are decent. What we're mainly watching for is to see, if these storms can mature enough to tap into that environment. I mean, man, some of these winds in this storm are pretty gusty. You can really see how fast they're moving across the road there. I wonder what these storms are warned for. Yeah, these storms are warned for 70 miles per hour, and I definitely think that they have that capability with them. There's a little bit of flooding on that road too, on New York 365 at New York 31. We'll be keeping an eye on that, Cam. Definitely a good view of at least what's happening underneath that southern storm. We check the latest velocities on these. I still don't have that newest velocity scan in just yet. None of these southern storms are really doing much right now. Check on the northern ones again. Yeah, still looking good up here. Yeah, a little bit of flooding there. Yeah, that car just drove through and splashed up a bunch of water, so there's certainly a little puddle in there. This one here near Rome, I think would technically have a better chance of trying to develop something, but it does seem to be becoming a little bit outflow dominant right now. But it is trying to form a little bit of a healthy inflow there as it approaches Rome. The circulation, though, just really isn't that tight. It's kind of on the broader side of the spectrum. This could try to do a derecho. I don't think so. I don't think there's enough instability. Let me check on the instability. Yeah. Yeah, we're dealing with 1,000 to 2,000 joules per kilogram. Probably won't see a derecho out of this. Oh man, we got another. Oh yeah, all these circulations here in this area are starting to at least get stronger. But this one right here is a little bit tighter there in between Ansville. This is a new area of circulation just popped up here of a little bit of a tighter circulation. That's getting pretty darn close to producing a tornado there. South of Ansville, heading off to the north and east. Guys still need to be in your safe spots. And this one back down here is also a pretty decent circulation as well. So it's still a little bit broad, but if that tightens up just a little bit, we could see a tornado here going towards Blossville and Lee. So still be in your safe spots there. And then even this circulation is trying to organize as well as the latest scan. You can see it's getting a little bit stronger. It's still on the broader side, but it's getting a little bit stronger here as that approaches Rome. And again, the camera that we're looking at underneath me is actually underneath this storm that is warned for 70 miles per hour. So there's definitely some gustier winds in here. As you can see, that traffic lights are shaking. We had some stronger gusts earlier, but still certainly a stronger storm. And we're losing all of our live feeds out here. Wish we had this one still. Maybe try going a little bit more to the north and east near Rome. Dang it. Maybe staying to the south of it. Oh my goodness. There it is. There's a storm. Right there. Look at that. Hello, storm. Nice to meet you. There she is. Wow. Look at that. It's on the southern side of the storm, so I don't think we're looking at where the circulation would be unless we're looking to the north and east. We might be looking to the north and west, actually. It's hard to tell, but I mean, it's definitely looking to the west, or we wouldn't be able to see the storm. This is like one of the clearest and views of a traffic cam I've ever seen. We actually used this the other day. Now that I think about it. There she blows. Yep. This area of circulation near Ansville is still pretty darn close. Still waiting on that latest scan to come in, though. We don't have the newest radar scan. Once we get it, we'll come back down and take a look at it. A little bit of a lowering there, too. Not really sure what that is. Keep an eye on it though. I don't think that's associated with the most dangerous part of the storm. Probably just this lower end of the lower edge of the shelf cloud, if I had to guess. Wow, what a view! Still waiting on the latest scans. Not quite in yet. Continue to watch this just to monitor how strong this storm is. Just make sure this is the only view of it. This is the only view of it right now. It sure takes a while for these radars to update. Come on, give us an update. Oh, did the camera go down? I think the camera went down. So look at that. Be able to see anything on this camera. Come back over to here. So we have a damage report over here near Vienna. Trees and wires down, blocking the road. Still waiting on that latest velocity scan. We do have the latest reflectivity scan. So this area of rotation is now here. This one is now most likely in this region. And this one is probably out in this region now. So at least we have an update on the reflectivity. But once these velocities come in and the correlation coefficient, I think the correlation coefficient is in. Yeah. Not seeing any debris balls with any of these guys. So that at least indicates that the rotation hasn't tightened enough to produce yet. We're very close to a tornado on a lot of these different storms here. All it takes is a quick tightening, and then all of a sudden you have a serious situation on your hand. So we'll be keeping an eye on it very closely. Oh, give us a new velocity update. Jeez Louise. See if I can maybe get a camera like a little bit down the line of this that maybe can have a view of the storm eventually. There are some in New York Mills. And you can kind of see it. There's a big old wire in the way, but you can see that little mesocyclone again, slowly approaching this camera. So we're in the right region to maybe see that mesocyclone again. So I might search around a little bit more. All right, do we have the latest velocities now? All right, there we go. Oh, yeah. This one near Rome needs a warning. It's probably going to get warned here very shortly. Heading towards Rome. This is a stronger area of circulation trying to develop here. About to push into Rome. Holland plant down the line of that as well. That could definitely go tornadic there. Latest scan in, not quite tightened up yet, but again, all it takes is a quick tightening, and then we have a tornado problem there. Also up here north of Lee Center, still seeing a tighter little area of circulation there as well. That one in itself would probably need a warning there for Beartown and West Branch. I'd be in your safe spots there, even though you're not in a official tornado warning. Try to find a better view of the storm from if any of these cams got one.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued for the storm in Rome. That's going to be Holland Patton, Trenton, and over there south of Steuben, I think, or maybe Steuben's in it. It's hard to tell. Man, this is so close to producing here north of Lee Center. Come over to the storm relative, you can really see it. Very tight circulation there, just to the north, heading into Beartown. I would not be surprised to see a debris ball on that. Also seeing some tightening up here. Down here near Rome as well. Still no debris ball, but very close to producing a tornado there as well. Man, was not expecting to see this many tighter circulations like this, that's for sure. A lot of embedded supercells in this region of the storm right now. You have at least 3 circulations that could drop tornadoes at any moment here. So again, if you're down the line of the storm, you guys need to be in your safe spots as these approach. This is a pretty serious situation. This one back here, I will say, near Lee, is kind of struggling. We have at least 2 areas of rotation that are pretty much tornado imminent right now. One near Rome, and this one up here south of Ava. Still no debris ball though on the latest. We still don't have the latest debris update yet. Still waiting on that new data to come in. Still trying to find a good cam out here, at least for the southern storm, because we had a look on it not too long ago. I just want to make sure there's no better views. Just checking all of them. It's interesting. Might have a view of the storm, but it could be just a little bit overexposed. Might keep that one in mind. This one's pretty good here. Can't really see too much back in there. It might be getting completely rain wrapped. And there's those latest velocities. Yeah, this one still has some stronger rotation on it. Still a little bit on the broad side. Maybe a little bit of a tightening there near Litch. Oh, that's on the ground. Okay. We have a tornado on the ground. Tornado on the ground here in Rome. That just went through Rome. That's not good. That is not good. We have a tornado on the ground. Tornado down here in New York. Debris ball right there near Litch Track. Right there in that tighter circulation. Cam Roden, Floyd, Stittville, Holland, Patton, Trenton all need to be in their safe spots. This is a tornado on the ground here in New York. This is not good. Wow. I was honestly not expecting that. Right through Rome. It's directly in Rome right now near Litch Track, Colonial Park, Air City as well. That is not good. I really hope everybody's okay. That's, oh man, look at all those buildings. That is not good. A lot of people just got impacted by that tornado there. This one up to the north, I'm still not seeing a debris signature with that one, but this one down here is now on the ground in Rome. Yeah, there was nothing there a moment ago, then all of a sudden, bam, there's that debris ball popping up. This is indicating that we have tree limbs, leaves, potentially, lawn furniture, trampolines flying in the air around this tornado. And that's what the radar is picking up here as that tracks through Rome, heading over towards Holland, Patton, Steuben, and Remsen. You guys all need to be in your safe spots. This is a serious situation here. This is a tornado that is on the ground. I know there's a camera up there, but I don't think it was working. Yeah, it's down. Just to the north of Rome. These ones further south, I think, are rain. Not good. A little interesting thing on this view. I'm not sure what is on the left side there. Is that can't be it, right?
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
They just updated the tornado warning to confirmed, which we already knew. That's a little interesting thing on there. It's just too low resolution to be able to tell if that was anything back in there. Okay, we still don't have the latest correlation coefficient scan, but this thing is probably tracking, somewhere near Cam Roden and Floyd now, probably somewhere in this area by now. So again, it's getting pretty close to Cam Roden and Floyd. Please continue to be in your safe spots there. Trying to get Torsim up here. It's basically traveling right on 365 here. Oh wow. This might have gone through an airport actually. So I kind of went through this area pretty close to 365. And there's like an airport pretty much directly in the path of this. And that seems to be around where it is right now, because here's Rome. So get that latest CC drop. Yeah, it's still in. It's still on the ground there, just to the north and west of Floyd. So yeah, it looked like it might have gone right through this airport, potentially. Which is not good. And then it's now kind of in this area, pretty much directly over Ricky Meyer Road, or no, Perimeter Road. So that would be just a little bit further back. I think it's a little bit to the east or to the west, to like here. Okay. Let me just zoom this out just a little bit more here. Turn it so we can see Floyd. There we go. Next in the path here is going to be like Hickory Hollow Airport, Hillside, Standard Poodles, Cam Roden, Rabbit Road, the War Club there as well. Everybody in that area still needs to be in their safe spots. Again, this is a tornado that's on the ground. Here's the latest radar update here. And as you can see, we still have a tornado on the ground approaching Cam Roden. Very close to Cam Roden. Okay, latest debris ball is showing debris falling out of the sky. That might have lifted there. I do want to see the latest velocities on that, just to make sure that that is a broadening circulation. If it's a broadening circulation, then it's most likely that thing is not on the ground anymore. But again, these storms are, I think they're going to keep trying. Yeah, look at this up here. New area of stronger circulation forming with this storm now. No debris ball yet, but that could form a tornado there as well. It's a little bit further north near Inlet. It looks like these little merging supercells into this line are going to have the most tornado potential. Yeah, latest scan here. Still some broader circulation with this. So yeah, I think this thing has lifted. Given the latest scans, I just want to make sure that debris ball signature goes away here. We should see it disappear by the next scan. But Struben, Holland, Patton, and Remsen still needs to be in their safe spots. Yeah, unfortunately, it looks like this tornado, best as I can tell, probably started somewhere in Rome, kind of moved through the airport or close to the airport, and then most likely lifted somewhere just past the airport. So it either went into like deployed resources there, or it lifted somewhere along that area. So hopefully this is the Griffiths International Airport. The Griffiths International Airport there. And then, yeah, I think it did go, hold on, let me see. It seems like it went pretty close to like Ridge Mills as well. Not good scenario there. Doesn't look like they're going to allow this this tornado warning, at least on the northern one, to be extended. We still do have some decent area circulation there and there as well, and a broader circulation on the southern side. Still waiting on that latest CC drop just to make sure that this thing is completely off the ground. But if you live in Remsen, New York, and also Holland, Patton, still need to be in your safe spots. For reference, this tornado that just dropped is over here just to the north and east of Oneida and north of Utica. What county? I don't know the county. I'm not really familiar. Let me see if I can find it in the warning. Sometimes they put it in the warning. Yeah, Oneida, Central Oneida County. Yeah, this one honestly has my closest attention here. Could produce a really quick briefer spin up there. This is in New York, yes. So there's New York. We're over here, kind of directly in between Albany and Rochester, closer to Syracuse, but Utica and Oneida are just to the north, are just to the south of that. Oneida, gotcha. Yeah, embedded supercells. Kind of like this one was actually more of a discrete cell that merged with the line, and then we're kind of getting that happen again up here with this storm that is exhibiting some stronger rotation near Moose River. There's no breed ball on it yet, but definitely keeping a close eye on that storm there as well. And that's probably the most dangerous rotation or tornado imminent rotation right now. Yeah, that debris signature is completely gone, so I don't think that is on the ground anymore, as that is pushing off to the east towards Trenton and Remsen. I think that's officially lifted. No, we've heard about the dam in Illinois, but we haven't. I've been able to find. I tried to find some cams out there, but I don't think there's any cams out there. This is kind of underneath that. Where's Brevard at? So there's Rome. Yeah, Barnvard is going to be next in line for the circulation, and that's where this camera is. I just found a camera in Barnvard. Which again is like right here. There's that broader circulation. Or Barnveld? Barnveld? Barneyveld? Near Trenton? That's where this cam is located. So we're about to see that circulation go directly over this spot, but I don't think there's a tornado on the ground anymore with this storm, so probably not going to see a tornado, but we might see some pretty intense winds. We shall see. Yeah, this one over here, east of Lionsdale. Still keeping a very close eye on that guy. That could certainly try to produce really at any moment. I'm surprised it's not warned, to be honest. Probably would have thrown a warning on that just in case. If you look at the storm relative, you can tell it's a tighter circulation right there near Moose River. That just increases like a couple more miles per hour, and you got most likely a tornado on the ground. So I'm really surprised that one up there is not warned. Do you want to check on these southern storms again, just to make sure they're not doing anything surprising? Yeah, still looking good to the south. Nothing overly concerning down there. Damage Sharon. Okay, yeah, Chad. Please, if anybody's listening to scanners, keep on relaying that information in chat. We won't. So that'd be Chad and Taken. It's like damage is being reported in Rome. Let me see if I can get. Let me see if I can. What county is that? Again, it's Oneida County, right? Let me get that up. It seems like Rome took a direct hit, unfortunately. Not good. We'll wait 30 seconds for the ad to play, and then we'll switch back over to that. Try to get some live updates from the area. Okay, latest scan, still a little bit broad. Or no, we still don't have the latest scan. Yeah, actually. These radars do take an uncomfortably long time to update. Seeing some brief signals here of something. Does seem like this rotation is really tight in that region, but still no like definite debris ball. That could be the beginnings of something, but it could also just be like some leaves being lifted up by rain. So have to see if that deepens anymore. Okay, we're listening to the Utica and Fire and Police now. See if anything comes through. Right now it's silent. Yeah, latest scan down here for this tornado that was just on the ground and has since lifted. Still very broad rotation over here near Holland Patent. A little bit of circulation over here south of Forestport as well. Not as concerning, but it is a little bit tighter.
5 wires down, 136 North Tennessee Street at Taco Bell.
Something about Taco Bell. I didn't catch that. What did it say about Taco Bell? About engines and Taco Bell, maybe. So here's the current conditions down on the ground here. It is right underneath that broad circulation right now. And Barnveld. The next people in line is going to be Prospect and Remsen that need to be in their safe spots here. Wires down. Okay, they said wires down near Taco Bell. So that'd be in Rome. Oh, wow. There's actually a, look at this, 79-mile-per-hour wind. That was near the that's an Air Force base, I think. It just went through. Whew, that's a little scary. I know bombs went off. I wonder if that's like a direct reading. Oh, is that a power flash? We just had a power flash here. That was either power flash or lightning. But I wonder if that's like a measurement there of the winds on the outer circulation, because that was very close. That tornado tracked either directly over or very close to that Air Force base. Okay, it closed. Okay, it's just an airport now. Okay, that's good. So it's not an Air Force base anymore. So it doesn't sound like there's any bombs over there. Hopefully. Yeah, still got some broader circulation here near Minnehaha. Near Small Chuckle. Also some broader circulation starting to develop over here near White Lake as well. Just got to keep an eye on all these because they don't do anything. Pretty much how it's going to go until we start to see something concerning again. This area that did have a tornado is now pretty broadened out here. Still not seeing any new debris balls develop. Yeah, we do have reports potentially some damage with roof damage, wires down in Oneida County, which is near Rome. Yeah, I think a lot of those power outages came from yesterday. I know New York got hit pretty hard by the storms yesterday. So it's going to be kind of hard to parse through. This one's kind of going into some of the same areas. Yeah, a lot of those power outages are in the southern portion of the state, which is where that strongest line was yesterday. So probably could minus about 20,000 to 30,000 out of that, and that's how much this particular storm has caused. Yeah, so when that latest scan to come in, this is over here near, this is underneath that broader circulation right now. Looks like it is calming down a little bit. So it looks like the worst is most likely past. I mean, that heavier precipitation though is this is as of the last reflectivity scan was kind of directly over here too. You go, just make sure we don't have any other cams further down the line here. Be nice if we could stay out ahead of this thing somehow. Yeah, our next cams are gonna be way out in like Queensbury. Could technically go a little bit south and try to look at this other storm that's a little bit further to the south, but we'll keep this. Well, there's also another one up here as well. I'll search for some on this scene. Yeah, went through Rome. We have getting damage reports in Rome, New York. So if you know anybody in Rome, New York, just make sure that you are reaching out to them and making sure that they are okay. I think also we do have those latest scans in again. Still some broader circulation here. Not seeing any tightening yet with this guy. We're watching in this region. That's where the mesocyclone of this storm would be south of Remsen. And there still is a decent little area of circulation there near Remsen and Trenton. Just on the broader side, I don't think it's going to produce a tornado, at least eminently. But this one is tightening up here near White Lake. And a destructive storm. Oh, yeah. It's got a new severe thunderstorm warning for this over here near German Flats, Salisbury, Dolgeville, Mannheim, and Little Falls. This is going to be for 80-mile-per-hour winds. If you live in these areas, you guys need to be in your safe spots. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm, and that definitely is going to have the potential there to produce some damage. Again, 80-mile-per-hour winds are as strong as a weak hurricane and also as strong as an EF0 tornado. So you guys definitely want to be in your safe spots as this comes through. Again, your safe spot is the lowest, most interior portion of your house with as many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter, or a basement that is underground. Again, is pushing pretty quickly down in there towards Salisbury, Dolgeville, Mannheim, and German Flats. That's not good. Yeah, in terms of like dangerous circulations, this one up here is probably our most dangerous one right now. It is trying to tighten up there south of Moose River near White Lake and Otter Lake. No debris ball yet, but if that tightens up or just increases in strength just a little bit more, that could definitely put down a tornado there. So we're going to keep an eye on it very closely. It's the latest. Kind of do a zoomed out view and wait for our latest scan. Still not a whole lot coming through from the scanners out there. We've had some reports of damage and wires down, but that's currently all the information that we have in the region. Let me check if there's anything being posted on Twitter. Actually, Facebook would probably be the best place to check. Let me check Facebook. Oh, wow. This is in Rome, New York. Look at that. A church has been partially destroyed here. Oh, let me take off this tornado thing so you guys can see it. There we go. But yeah, look at that. That is in Rome, New York. That's some pretty serious damage there. Really hope there's nobody in that church. As you know, with these kind of churches, you know, you typically have like one big hallway here. So if there's a roof collapse, there's probably not like much in between that roof and the stuff below, because sometimes they have those bigger hallways. So hopefully that's not the case, and then hopefully there was nobody inside that building, as that falling debris could have been deadly. And it looks like there might have been a steeple up here at one point, and that is gone. It's a decent amount of damage there. A lot of reports on that. This is another angle of that from Steven Schaefer here on Facebook. See a tree down here. Yeah, that was a steeple. There's a little sign there. I was hoping to be able to read which church that is. Let's go see if we have the latest scans here. Oh no, this thing's trying again. Near Hinckley. A couple areas of some stronger circulation reforming on this. Watch out down the line. They should throw a new warning on this. This is now our most concerning storm again. It is trying to reorganize some stronger circulations as it pushes off to the north and east towards Northwood, Grant, and Ohio. Noblesboro will be next after that. This thing is trying again. So we could get another tornado out of this storm. So we will keep a very close eye on it. Still no new updates from the scanner, at least. Okay, the city of Rome. Stop it, Chazzy. Chazzy, stop it. City of Rome has announced that this is the New York Police Department here. They've announced that Rome residents are now in a state of emergency. No unnecessary travel at this time. So hunker down in place there till further notice, as they're probably doing search and rescue right now. Okay, latest scan on the velocities here. It looks like that rotation is getting a little bit broader. Noticing an interesting little area of circulation over there near Northwood. Yeah, these little tighter circulations are a little bit weaker as of the latest scans. Still not seeing a new debris ball here, and they haven't put a new tornado warning on it. So we're going to change our titles back to what it was before the tornado dropped. Yeah, I don't think these storms are done just yet.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
There we go. We got a new tornado warning issued with this storm. That's going to be for Salisbury, Dalgville, Stratford, and Norway. You guys all need to be in your safe spots here. This is a little bit, yeah, a little bit of a big warning here. So might have to watch some of these circulations, even on the southern side as well. Some tighter circulation are existing there north and west of Salisbury. It's kind of becoming a little bit of a QLCS type thing here. Checking the northern areas for circulations. Not really seeing too much up there to the north. A little area of some broader circulation is trying to develop here north and east of Oswegatchie there. Oswegatchie. But it's kind of on the broader side. But yeah, we have about 1, 2 areas of circulation. This southern one looks a little bit side lobe contaminated, but this one to the north is actually looking legitimate there near Norway. This one over here is broader circulation over Russia and Ohio right now. No, Rome is not in the warning anymore. You guys can come out of your safe spots, but your local police have advised that you guys stay in shelter, or please do not drive around and disrupt any of the rescue efforts that's happening. Yeah, unfortunately, Rome did take a direct hit. Yeah, destruction to church steeple and ripped off church roof, and roof ripped off at a grocery store as well. So it looks like the tornado started back in here, kind of went through Litch Track and Air City, and probably lifted some place a little bit after that, at least according to radar at the time, which is not good. Yeah, latest scan here. This is mainly just a lot of wind gusts here, and we're still watching for some tighter circulation. Oh wow, that one just picked up there a little bit. Yeah, there's a little bit of a tighter circulation now picking up here north and east of Norway. Yeah, still a decent little area of circulation there. Keeping a very close eye on that. But yeah, if you guys are just tuning in, we have a tornado warning ongoing. Watching for some QLCS circulations there. Still keeping an eye on these northern storms, but so far they've been trying to tighten up and just not succeeding there. But we do have some areas of circulation still in and along this line. This one kind of seems like a little bit contaminated, but it's hard to tell just given the fact that we are, it's kind of out there like it's a little bit out in front of the storm, to be honest, and it's not really oriented in the right way, in my opinion, to be a very legitimate circulation. But there is some rotation, most likely, in that area. But yeah, if you're just tuning in, we just had a tornado out of Rome, New York, with a 79-mile-per-hour wind report also being reported there. And the southern portion of the line here is warned still for 80-mile-per-hour winds as well. So quite the destructive scenario that's happening over here for at least the folks that are in the path of this line of storms, and also for Rome, where we just had a tornado cause a damage to a church and a grocery store there in Rome, New York. But German Flats, Little Falls, Mannheim, Dolgeville, Salisbury are all going to be in the next in line for this next little wave of this wind here. And we could see some QLCS spin-ups, which are quick little brief tornadoes along this edge of the storm could also be possible, along with those 80-mile-per-hour winds. So it's definitely a little bit of a concerning scenario setting up here for the state of New York. It's getting pretty close over there to Glen Falls, Saratoga Springs, Mannheim, Schenectady, Albany are all going to kind of be in the path of this line of damaging winds coming your way. So please, you don't have to be in your safe spots or anything right now, but just be weather aware and ready to deal with some of these winds if they continue with this storm. It should be short-lived given the fact that we don't have too much instability out there in this area, but, we'll have to see what this storm ends up doing. It's just good to prepare and be ready as it comes through. And that's pretty much all we got. I do want to see if we have any cameras, at least in the path of this 80-mile-per-hour winds. I think that would be helpful to try to get some sort of view on. Where is German Flats? So that's along 90. Yeah, we should have some cameras along 90. Yeah, we do. Okay, so there is that. So there's German Flats. Let me see what some of these. Yeah, can a your there, and then here should be pretty close if these things still have power. Let me see if these cameras still have power over here. Oh yeah, there we go. Check that out. There's the leading edge of that 80-mile-per-hour windstorm there. This is just kind of near like Mindenville and Indian Castle. Do tornadoes really sound like trains? Yeah, they can. Yep. I mean, it doesn't sound like the, like the rumble of the train, not like the fact that, it's going over like, how it kind of makes that sound. There's no sound like that. There's definitely no train horns unless the tornado picks up a train, which is usually unlikely, given how heavy they are. But yeah, I mean, you can like that rumble, that sound of a train, that is very similar to what a tornado sounds like. DMs, yeah, let me check the DMs. Oh wow, look at this! A car flipped over here in Rome, New York. This is from Spirits. I think that's how you say their name. Here on Twitter. Look at that car completely flipped over there, and also some fence damage. A lot of tree limbs down in this area. Looks like some shingles blown off of this roof over here as well. Well, another little kind of stronger little couplet trying to form in this region here. Yeah, a little bit on the bronze side, but that's a new couplet trying to form over north of Atwell in the mountains. Gonna have to keep an eye on that. Might try to do something. Most of these northern circulations haven't done anything though. I am seeing a lot of these little couplets here along this leading edge. Still not seeing any debris ball associated with them, but we're keeping a close eye on that just in case we do start to see some. And once we see those debris balls line up with those velocity couplets, then that's when we know there's a tornado. And so far, we don't have that quite yet. But Pally Place, Oregon, Natville, and Stratford still need to be in their safe spots. As again, this southern portion of the line is also warned for 80-mile-per-hour winds as well. So you could get a tornado, or you could get winds almost as strong as a tornado there. Or I guess as strong as a weaker tornado for sure. 80-mile-per-hour winds are no joke. We're going to try to get a let's come back over to here. Get this back up here. We should be able to track this storm for a little bit. As long as these cameras don't lose power. Let me see what this next one looks like just to see. Yeah, that one's facing the wrong way, I think. And our next little area is going to be near Fultonville. Let me just check down the line just to know which camera to switch to maybe see a shelf cloud. Probably be this camera here eventually. So we'll keep that one in mind. Shoot. Might be in the rain right now. I'm trying to see a view of this thing right next, like right in that rain, in that wind. Here we are. Not the most high definition view. Let me try to find just a little bit of a cleaner picture at the surface. That one's a little bit behind it, I think. The next place in line here is going to be this little corner. This is a cleaner view. Here, we'll do this for now. Keep that one under me. Yeah, it's about to go over this little area, which is where this camera is. So we should be able to see some sort of the view of what the winds are like at the surface. In terms of tornadic activity, we're still waiting for the latest scan to come in on this storm. Still monitoring this northern circulation. Yeah, it looks like that northern circulation was pretty brief there. Just double check to make sure it didn't produce anything. Yeah, it didn't produce anything there. Still seeing some little tighter circulations here with this part of the storm As the latest scan, still no new debris balls, though. So we don't have any confirmable tornadoes, at least on radar right now. But these things could produce quicker tornadoes than what some of these radars can pick up. So, if you live over there near Stratford, Oppenheim, and north of Stratford, near Higgins Bay, you need to be continuing to be in your safe spots here as the storm approaches. And, this entire line is warned for damaging winds, and this one down here is probably our strongest line. And actually, we got a new area of circulation starting to form here south of German Flats. So we got another little embedded supercell trying to wrap up again a little bit further to the south. Let me check this on the storm relative. Yeah, that's trying to wrap up there as well. So we could eventually get a tornado warning with this one south of Little Falls, heading towards Fort Plain and Kanjahari. We actually have cams in Kanjahari as well. So we should be able to track that supercell as it comes through. Look at a little bit of discrete cells further out here that also have a little bit of circulation. Look at that near Indian Lake, north and west of Speculator in Lake Pleasant. We'll have to eventually keep our eyes on those storms as well. Yeah, latest velocity scan here indicating a tighter area of rotation there. No debris ball at the moment. Maybe the beginnings of something here. Very possible that that could be the beginning of a tornado there heading towards Hoffmeister and Morehouseville, Pally Place. That could be the beginning. We'll have to wait one more scan to confirm. It is in the reflectivity and associated with a pretty tight couplet here. The couplet is still right here. We'll see if that turns into anything. I'd be definitely continuing to be in your safe spots in Morehouseville and Hoffmeister, New York. Latest scan on this dude down here, keeping an eye on. A little bit of a weaker circulation since the last scan, but still something certainly to keep an eye on. Clock froze again. Let me refresh that. St. Mary of the Assumption Oratory. Okay, thank you. That was the church that got hit. Yeah, we're still not getting any new reports out of the Utica police, fire and police, so we'll take that off for now. We'll use the Broadcastify again if needed. Still waiting for that latest scan to come in for the correlation coefficient, just to see if we can confirm that as anything or not. I'm going to check in with these northern rotations again. Yeah, both of these radars are indicating stronger circulation here, and both have that little speck. That could be a brief tornado. They're just to the east of Ohio. A little bit more confident since both radars are showing it. Here's a view from inside, potentially the damaging winds with this storm. Camera's not shaking too much. It's not quite in the strongest portion of the lines on the southern side. And it hasn't fully passed over it yet, but we'll be continuing to keep an eye on it. This little southern circulation is pretty much gone now. Still waiting for that latest radar scan. We'll just have to be patient, I guess. Yeah, some stronger winds are starting to pick up on this camera now. You see it kind of moving along the road. This is getting impacted here by those potentially some 80-mile-per-hour winds. It's hard to tell, just given that this is a low-res camera, but unfortunately, it's the best we got in the area right now. Yeah, it could be a small CC. We'll see. The next scan should tell us something. I mean, yeah, we do have the latest velocity scan right there near Morehouse. Still a pretty decent couplet. We're watching. If we see a blue dot under here in this area, that's a tornado. Should update here shortly. Or if we see just that kind of subtle debris ball still there. Should update here any moment. Oh, wow. Wow. So here's a view. Yeah, no debris ball popped up there, by the way. So that might have been a brief tornado. It's hard to tell. Oops. Okay, so here's a before and after. This is before, and this is after. Look at this. Before, after. That whole wall got destroyed there of this like kind of older building here. Wow, that's a brick wall too. I wonder if like something got slammed into it, like maybe a tree or like a car. Wow. Yeah, I really hope everybody's okay and that nobody was in that building because that's a lot of brick. That's a lot of weight falling out of that. But yeah, latest CC scan on this. Latest CC scan on this. Still not seeing that. So that could have been a brief tornado there. Kind of just to the south of Morehouseville right here. That could have been a brief tornado, or it could have been just, some leaves getting picked up by the gust front. Hard to tell. The circulation is still there with this storm. I mean, this could still certainly try to produce something that's a little bit more obvious. Yeah, coming back a little bit earlier, if you guys are tuning in, we just had a tornado that went through Rome. We are seeing lots of damage coming out of Rome. We've got a church steeple that's been blown off, a church roof that's been collapsed. Weird signal here near Blue Hill. I don't think that's anything. We had a church steeple that's collapsed, roofs collapsed, walls collapsed. Over here near Inlet, tornado on the ground, unwarned tornado on the ground. South of Inlet. As on the ground. Wow, that was quick. South of Eagle Bay, pushing off to the east. There's that couplet just to the south of Eagle Bay. There's that debris ball that is on the ground there, south of Eagle Bay, pushing off. Yeah, just formed here, so not really sure. Let me check the velocities here. Yeah, it's formed so quick. So yeah, that debris ball just popped up. The circulation is moving kind of towards Inlet and 7th Lake. You guys need to be in your safe spots. Also, Great Camp Sagamore needs to be in their safe spots. This is a tornado on the ground. It's currently over some mountainous regions, but as it comes over to Great Camp Sagamore, or if it does an occlusion to the north, Inlet could be in the path there. This is completely unwarned. There's not even a severe thunderstorm warning on this. That's wild. Yeah, latest velocity scan moves us just a little bit to the east of Mountain Lodge. And it's kind of moving northeast. This is going to come very close to Inlet, most likely near 7th Lake and Black Bear Mountain. Wow. That's crazy. I'm so glad I went live for this. I'll tell you what. As there's nobody is aware of this from any warning. Do you want to check further back down to the south here? Still have a decent couplet here. Still no definite tornado on the ground here, but still keeping an eye on this area of the storm as it moves into Morehouseville and Hoffmeister. It'd still be in your safe spots. That could certainly try to produce a tornado at any moment there. Still pretty tight concerning circulation. I do want to check a little bit further south again to make sure these guys aren't doing much. Yeah, they're not really doing too much right now, but might have to keep an eye near Onita. Still trying to wait for that new debris ball scan to come in. Yeah, you can see you can see that's actually, believe it or not, that is actually that little remember that little storm we were talking about not too long ago? This one that had some rotation on it, but just it couldn't get there. But, you know, we said it was similar to that other one that just merged with the line and produced a tornado. It did the same thing. Merged with the line, produced a tornado. So we definitely got a pattern set here. Yeah, still a tornado on the ground. Here south of Inlet, still a decent velocity couplet with this too. Heading up towards 7th Lake. This is still on the ground here. Now that that latest velocity scan is pushing this over here. Oh, man. I think people live here. Oh, no. Yeah, we got a couple of folks that are going to get impacted by this tornado here. At least 20, 30 houses here. And that's a decent velocity couplet too. This could be on the stronger edge of it. I don't think it's, you know, it's hard to tell the exact intensity, but it does seem like this is a, you know, a tighter and decent circulation. Let's check the gate to gate at least. Yeah, 83 and 11. That's 90 gate to gate or 45 VROT there. So it's a decently strength tornado, at least indicated by radar here. Going to keep a very close eye on that. Latest update down here in the tornado warning. This is still warned, but not confirmed. Oh, shoot. No. Latest scan on the CC. This did just produce a tornado there south of Morehouse. That's 2 tornadoes on the ground now. This is heading towards Hoffmeister. You guys need to be continuing to be in your safe spots. This is our second tornado. Wow. 2 tornadoes on the ground at the same time here. Yeah, there's that area of circulation. That's so odd. You know, that's not really the tightest circulation we've seen with this storm, but it just decided to produce a tornado. South of Morehouseville, pushing up towards State Highway 8. You guys need to be continuing to be in your safe spots. Further down the line from this is going to be areas like Hoffmeister. Hoffmeister needs to be in their safe spots. That's a tornado on the ground there. There's one here, another one south of Inlet. You can see both of these exhibiting very obvious debris balls on radar. Nice. And this one's still not warned, by the way. This one doesn't even have a tornado warning still. This thing's been on the ground for at least 5 to 10 minutes. This is crazy. And it'll probably continue. I mean, this circulation started a decent time ago, and it's been just continuing same strength for a while. So we might see this one continue to be on the ground for a little bit here. Still waiting on that latest radar scan to come in. Yeah, we have 2 tornadoes on the ground now. Wow. I still don't have the latest data in. Golly, it takes so long for these radars to freaking update. Come on. Let's get a new update in. Let's do it. Let's get it up. Need a new update. Need new update, please. Just gonna make sure that we don't have any like cams randomly in the path of any of these. Where's Inlet? Inlet would be to the east of Watertown.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
New tornado warning has been issued. I think that's going to be for Wells, Northville, Mayville, and Johnstown. Gotta watch this storm. We got another little prefrontal storm merging with the line. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that to see if that will try to produce there. See if this one's still on the ground. Yeah, this one was just a brief tornado. This one is no longer appears to be on the ground. There might still be a weak tornado here near Hoffmeister. A little bit of a subtle debris ball there, but that also looks like it's associated with that inflow notch, so it's probably lifted by now, but still want everybody by Big Mash Mountain to continue to be in their safe spots there. Okay, latest scan over here near Inlet's looking a little bit promising. Might have lifted. Yeah. Latest scan here is there's still a little bit of a debris ball, so we're not going to drop our wording just yet, but the rotation has gotten a lot weaker. So I would be surprised if that was still on the ground, but we're going to keep our tornado on the ground wording just for one more scan, just to be extra cautious. Yeah, another tighter circulation trying to form here south of Lake Pleasant now. Wow, look at how that circulation kind of occluded there. It started off over here and then just slowly worked its way off to the left and then produced a tornado right about here near Morehouseville. Unfortunately, though, over here near Inlet, the damage has most likely already been done to these houses out here. If you know anybody that lives near Parkhurst Road, make sure you're reaching out to them and making sure that they are okay, because there's about 30 houses there that were near that tornado. We do have a little bit of a merger coming up here from Johnstown. It'll be interesting to see if that pattern continues with these storms. Might try to get a camera over there near Amsterdam. Let me take a look at that. Might not be a bad idea. I think that this camera was near Amsterdam, actually. It's near Icarus. I think we're all jumbled here. Yeah. So this is over here near Amsterdam. Okay. See if we can find any good sky views from Amsterdam. Really quick while we wait on the latest scans to come in. Yeah, there's a couple sky views. We'll see what this one ends up seeing. Do you have to have the latest scan on these storms? Yeah. Yeah, this one has lifted here, I think. Pretty well, there's still a little bit of something in there, but I'm pretty sure that's not a debris signature now. It's probably just debris falling out of the storm, so I'm going to drop my wording on my title here. As of right now, we don't have any confirmed tornadoes on the ground, but that could change on a dime. We've had total now 3 tornadoes confirmed out of this storm here in New York. We've had one that went through Rome, one that went through south of Inlet, and then we've had another one over here just to the like south of Morehouseville. So we now have had 3 confirmed tornadoes, radar confirmed tornadoes that have happened here. So, don't let your guard down out in front of this line. I don't think that tornado risk is over just yet. Probably will continue most likely into Vermont. But man, look how fast this line is moving. This is only 14 frames, about an hour's worth of time. And this thing goes from Utica and is almost already at Glens Falls. So I'm probably going to start searching for cameras out in that region because we have a lot of cameras down the line there. Yeah, there's 87. We got just camera after camera. I guess I kind of want one near Glen Falls if we can. You like this one? Yeah, we'll pull this one up here. We might wait. I don't know. This thing's moving so fast, though. Let's see how fast this thing is moving off to the east. It's not moving at 35 miles an hour, I'll tell you that. This thing is surging as the latest scans here. Probably moving a little quicker than 35 miles per hour now, because this is an hour scan. Goes from here to about to here. Oh, never mind. Yeah, okay. It's probably moving at 35 miles per hour. I might be wrong there. It's probably zoomed in too far. Just seemed like it was moving a further distance than it actually was. That's on me. Yeah, still seeing like a broader, stronger rotation here south of Wells. People that still need to be in their safe spots here is Wells, Northfield, Mayfield, and Johnston. Behind that, Salisbury, Dodgeville, Manham. You guys are all good to go. Ohio, Norway, Newport, Russia, Higgins Bay. I would still be in your safe spots there in Higgins Bay. But everybody else that I just mentioned come out of their safe spots. Yeah, 70-mile-per-hour winds are heading towards Corinth, West Glenville, Thurman, Queensbury, Glen Falls, Saratoga Springs, Schenectady. Will probably be on the southern side of that, but you might still get some gustier winds just depending on what the southern storms start to do. I still seeing little areas of circulation over there near Oneida. Not overly concerning, at least on the closer radar just yet. Definitely keeping my eyes up here a little bit more, just because of that quick spin up we had. Do still have a little bit of circulation south of Great Camp Sagamore. You can see it on the storm relative velocities. Also another one to the south of that as well. Neither one of them appear to be producing a tornado at this moment, though. That's the latest. Again, just a quick reminder for everybody that's in these tornado warnings. You're going to want to be in the lowest, most interior room of your house, as many walls, and between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. That is the best course of action if you are in the path of these storms. Also, if you live in an RV, mobile home, or trailer, you need to be evacuating immediately and seeking sturdier shelter. Seeing another little, we got a couple of these prefrontal storms out in front of this line that will probably eventually merge with the storm here. That other one further down to the south is pretty much fully merged at this point. Hey, thank you, Maya, for the 5. Thank you so much. Thank you very, very much. That's a huge help out to the channel. Thank you. Gonna help us keep the lights on just a little bit longer. Thank you. Oh, got a new area of stronger rotation on this latest scan, now forming there south and west of Wells. Not seeing a debris ball on that yet, but that's going to be getting pretty close there to producing a tornado here. If you live in Wells, watch out. That's looks like it's going to be kind of traveling towards you here. Yeah, can come very close to Wells, New York. Again, this is all in New York here. All of these tornadic storms are in New York. Never been to New York? Nope, I have not. But the best thing to do is not worry about the names and just worry about where the tornadoes are. And if you know the name is said wrong, you know what town I'm talking about. So, yeah. There you go. Fortunately, I'm not a name expert. If I was a name expert, you wouldn't be seeing me here. Expertise is in the radar. Still waiting on that latest scan to come in. Really hoping we're not about to see another debris ball with this storm near Wells. It could be getting pretty close. Yeah, I cover the nation, guys. So, if you know anybody out there, hey, that you know anybody out there that knows how to pronounce every single name in the United States, send them my way so they can constantly interrupt me on stream and telling me how to pronounce these in a better way. Over here near Blackbridge and Wells. Still have a pretty strong circulation here. I would not be surprised if we had a tornado here, either happening now or about to happen near Blackbridge and Wells. That is strong circulation. Still no debris ball, though, as the latest scan, but that is very close to producing. Also, we're starting to get a view of the shelf cloud here from this camera. This is further south, kind of near the Johnstown area. Yeah, just to the south of Johnstown and Fonda, New York. It's located right here. Kind of see that shelf cloud starting to move in. Behind that's going to be those 70-mile-per-hour winds for Johnstown and Amsterdam here in New York. Check back up here to the north. Still good to go up there. Still good to go. Nothing overly concerning there, but man, this thing right here is so close there near Wells. Oh, that's on the ground, I think. Yeah, that's most likely on the ground there. That associated with reflectivity. It is. And we got another tornado on the ground here approaching Blackbridge and Wells. You guys need to be in your safe spots there. We have another tornado on the ground. This is our fourth tornado. This is approaching Blackbridge and Wells. You guys need to be in your safe spots. This is a tornado on the ground. Again, there's that area of reflectivity. There's that debris ball. There's that velocity couplet. Blackbridge and Wells needs to be in their safe spots. This is a tornado that is currently on the ground approaching Blackbridge and Wells. You guys need to be getting to your safe spots immediately. Also, still watching this southern portion of the storm here. 4 little areas of rotation. They're a little bit broader here, but there are some still trying to form down there. It's not very tight or strong rotations just yet. Maybe a new area of circulation trying to form over here. Your Wakely Mountain associated with this little prefrontal supercell. Want to see what that does once it merges. A couple of weak circulations up here as well, but I don't think those. I think those are more of that kind of a little MCS kind of circulation that should stay broad. Oh wow, you can definitely see that storm rolling in now as it's a little bit closer to the camera. Again, Wells needs to be in their safe spots here. This camera's a little bit further to the south near Johnstown. And we're trying to see what these 70-mile-per-hour winds look like on this southern portion of the storm here. Yeah, you can see that storm approaching just over the trees. Hopefully this is a brief tornado here. Nope, it is not. Oh my goodness. That's a large debris ball. Large debris ball pushing towards Wells. We got a larger tornado on the ground here. This is one of our largest debris balls that we have had here, approaching Wells and Blackbridge. You guys need to be in your safe spots. Oh no. And we got a lot of folks that live out here near Algonquin Ave and Adirondack Trail, Lake Algonquin. You guys are all in the path of this damaging tornado here. That is a larger debris ball there heading towards Wells. You guys need to be in your safe spots. Oh boy, I was hoping that wouldn't happen, but here we are. So that is 100% still a tornado on the ground heading towards Wells, New York. Not good, man. We've had, this is, I think, our 4th tornado now. This is tornado number 4 of today. Yeah, it's a large debris ball there. That is not good. Pushing into Wells. Please be in your safe spots there. Again, that's the lowest, most interior portion of your house. As many walls in between you and the outside as humanly possible. A tornado shelter or a basement that is underground. Hopefully it's brief and it doesn't make it all the way into Wells. That's what I'm hoping. It's just to the north of this little road here of 30. Yeah, it's still on the ground. Oh, no. Still on the ground, about to push into Wells right now. It's kind of in a valley, in a mountainous region right now. Here's the estimated location of the tornado. There's Wells. There's Algonquin Lake. Wells Wesleyan Church. I'm going to be in the path of this. It's kind of in a valley near West River Road right now. Yeah, it's approaching quickly. It actually might be a little bit further to the left here. Kind of approaching at this angle. Somewhere in this valley here, approaching Wells City, Wells Edge County Storm, Griffin Road, Wesleyan Church, or yeah, Wesleyan Church there. The Wells Central School District. You guys all need to be in your safe spots here and along this region as a tornado approaches. Thank you, Maya, for the 5. I do appreciate that. Yeah, it's a nasty debris signature. It's about to go right into Wells. You can see it very clearly here on the radar below me. That's a debris signature. It's pretty deep. This is definitely a one of those stronger tornadoes. Oh yeah, yep. This is unfortunate. It's definitely a larger tornado approaching Wells. You know, it's probably pushing a little bit closer to Wells as this latest scan. Pretty much right in here. Yeah, it's a large debris ball, a deep debris ball approaching Wells. You guys need to continue to be in your safe spots here as this is a dangerous storm. This is a dangerous storm. It's got a tight velocity couplet, and that could be on the stronger side of tornadoes, about to push into Wells. Noticing another area of some tighter circulation over here near Sweets Crossings. Not seeing a tornado on the ground with that yet, but we're keeping a very close eye on it. Also got another supercell forming here south of Mayfield. It will eventually merge with this line that we might have to eventually watch as well. That's near kind of north of Amsterdam, New York. Keeping an eye on that area. No rotation that's dangerous yet with that one, but yep, there you go. The couplet tornado is now in Wells. Here's the estimated location. It's pretty much, yeah, it's right here, right in this little inlet. So just pushed into the lake region of Wells. Again, you guys need to be in your safe spots. This is the estimated location as far as we could tell here on radar. And, you know, you guys are running out of time. This thing is slowly moving like this. It's probably near or over the lake now. Just went over the boat launch near Lake House Rental Wells, New York. You guys need to be in your safe spots here as this approaches. This is still on the ground in Wells right now. You see very clearly on radar underneath me. There's that debris ball. Velocity couplet is right over this little area here in Wells. You guys need to be in your safe spots here. It seems like about once a minute this thing moves. So by the time we get that next scan, within about 3 minutes here, it's going to be kind of in the eastern portion of Wells.
This tornado warning has been upgraded.
Okay, tornado warning has been upgraded. Pretty sure that's for this one here. Yeah, it's for this one near Wells. We already knew that. No new information there. Oh, no. Yep, it went directly through Wells. Still on the ground. It's now on the other side of the lake. So it's crossed over the lake and is now near Wells Wesleyan Church, Hamilton Merchanti. They're near the United States Postal Service. It has just crossed over the lake there. Change the angle here of this just a little bit so we can see these areas a little bit better. But it's just on the other side of the lake now. After this, there's really not much in the path, but unfortunately, you know, out of all the areas out here, this has made it directly into Wells. and is most certainly causing some damage here. Hey, thank you, Chantal, for the 10. I do appreciate that. There's no shelters in the Adirondacks. That's not good. Yeah, there's no shelters out here. Hopefully everyone's taking shelter. Again, that's the lowest, most interior portion of your house, but, it's kind of pointless to say that again at this point, given the fact that this has already impacted this town. Yeah, latest scan puts this velocity signature a little bit further off to the east, so now it is officially in. It's gone through Wells, and it is now out of Wells. Pretty much just to the south of this road, now into the mountains. There are still some buildings pretty close here on the left side. Kind of going more in this angle here. So yeah, it looks like it's going to be over the mountains here for a while, but unfortunately, Wells did get a direct impact from that tornado. And it was on the stronger variety. The velocity couplet, I will say, got a little bit weaker as it went into like eastern Wells, so there might not be as big a damage on the eastern side, but it was definitely a stronger couplet on the western side of Wells. Yeah, that'll be nearly impossible to track now on the tornado simulator there. Given the fact that it's going to be in the mountains and there's not going to be really many roads to watch there, but I still believe, yeah, this thing is on the ground here. Still heading towards Spruce Mountain, Pine Orchard, Steve Biggle Mountain. You guys all need to be in your safe spots there as this pushes up to the north and east. It's still on the ground, and eventually down the line is going to be areas like Fuller's and Knowlehurst. So hopefully you guys are in your. You guys need to be going to your safe spots, but this thing should lift by the time it gets up there. We might see an extension though of this tornado warning potentially to the north. We'll have to see. Further down to the south, still tracking some of these circulations that are trying to form near Edinburgh. No tight circulations or debris balls yet with these guys, but still certainly, something to continue to be in your safe spots. If you're in Edinburgh, Fox Hill, Glen Wild, we're also seeing this little merger happening. 2 mergers actually just happened with this storm. If we start to get a lot of mergers along this line, that will kind of lower that tornado potential, maybe cause this to go a little bit more outflow dominant. We'll see. But yeah, there you go. That's our 4th tornado of the day. 4th tornado here in New York. Pretty tornado active day. This is almost as active. I mean, we haven't had as many tornado warnings, but that last tornado event that happened up here associated with hurricane or the post-tropical depression Beryl, you guys had like 42 warnings and 7 tornadoes. So we're almost halfway to that with less tornado warnings. So that's good. There definitely have been some improvements in the warning system up here. Less tornado warnings, the better, as long as they are covering the storms. I will say, though, over there near Inlet, that one was completely unwarned. So that was a big flub. They didn't warn it for its entire life cycle, and it hit these little houses over here, and they never warned it. So that was kind of a flub there. But, I don't know. At least they're warning them in a pretty appropriate way. So there is improvement there. They're doing a lot better, at least this time around with the warnings. Yeah, further down the line, this little tornadic portion of this kind of circulation here is about to start to be pushing into areas like Glen Falls. So it looks like I'm gonna start bringing up cameras over there near Glen Falls now. Let's see if we can see anything yet. Use this one for now. See if we can see anything eventually out of that camera. Still very inconsistent. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some improvements, but I feel like they're getting better over time. As they get more of these tornado warnings, they will definitely learn, which couplets are producing tornadoes and which ones don't, which ones are side lobe. They'll get it together. Hopefully they don't get many more warnings to train on, though. We definitely don't want to see that. But it does seem like, we might become a little bit more tornadically active up here in this region as the atmosphere continues to warm. But yeah, latest scan here with this storm near Edinburgh. Still a little decent. There's actually a little decent couplet starting to form. Again, north of Edinburgh. They're near Bachelorville and West Day. Got a little bit of an embedded supercell here. You can see that rotation is wrapping around on the south side here. Definitely got to watch that area for another spin up. That's kind of similar. Yep, very similar to what happened up here. And we got another new area of stronger circulation trying to redevelop on this storm near Wells. That tornado had lifted, but it is trying to reform again. And still a decent little area of circulation there. Let me check with the radar. It's a little bit closer to this storm. It was this one. No, that was not. No, this is still our closest radar. Yeah, latest scans with the storm. It is trying to reorganize there just to the north and east of Wells. It's outside of the tornado warning, but if that drops again, that's going to be for Fuller's and Garnet Lake, so watch out there. And then we're watching this one near Edinburgh, which is starting to develop a concerning area of rotation. I would not be surprised to see a debris ball or a tornado here with this one over the next couple of scans if it continues to keep that stronger rotation. Yeah, still no debris ball, though, as the latest scan. This right here is some sort of contamination. You see that these little signals go all the way up here, and that is most likely due to like some sort of building that's in the path of the radar there, closer to the radar, kind of blocking out some of that radar data. Yeah, this line is not anywhere near to being done here. And then we might also have to watch down here near Galway, New York. There we got another little area of circulation trying to tighten up down there as well. Yeah, still waiting on that latest scan. Also noticing a little bit of a broader circulation up there near Indian Lake. Let me check that out with this. Yeah, a little couplet is also trying to form south of Indian Lake. This one's on the weaker side of things, but it is trying to form. Oh man, what's that popping up on this radar? I think that's not. I think that's in the inflow region. Yeah, that's this area. Oh, new tornado on the ground here near Smith Mountain. This is back on the ground there south of Gerard Sugarbrush, heading towards Fowler's and Knowlhurst. This is a new tornado on the ground south of Gerard Sugarbrush. So that lifted briefly there after Wells and is now back on the ground. This is our fifth tornado of the day, and that is pushing off towards Fuller's and Knowlhurst. Fuller's and Knowlhurst. You guys need to be in your safe spots. This one might be in the stronger variety of tornadoes. We definitely have a decent velocity couplet on this as this is pushing off to the east. So again, Fuller's and Knowlhurst need to be in their safe spots. This is a dangerous storm and potentially even stronger than the tornado we just saw that went through Wells. This one down here also has a decent area of circulation. Still no debris signature on it just yet, but this thing is close. They're near West Day, approaching Overlook. This one's very close to producing a tornado here. Tornado is certainly imminent. Not good. I think this is still in the mountainous regions, though. Yeah, there's like, let me see if this is near that road. No, it's just outside of the road here. This is like in this area. Oh, yeah, it's like in the middle of nowhere right now. But as it approaches areas like Fuller, let me see if I can see that on the map. I can't. Hoffman Notch. Yeah, there's really not a whole lot out here. This storm is pretty much a tree muncher right now. But let me see if there's anything near Fuller's. Yeah, there's like one building in Fuller's, so not very populated region there. And in Knowlhurst, that would be the kind of the worst case scenario out of this tornado's path here is if it went into Knowlhurst. But it does look like it's heading more towards Fuller. More towards Fuller's there. Oh yeah. Wow. Yeah, that's a larger tornado on the ground there near Fuller's. Wow. I am so happy this is in the middle of nowhere. This is impacting birds and spiders and ants and worms right now. But that is a large tornado on the ground in the middle of nowhere over Smith's Mountain. There could be technically people camping in this area, but I don't even see any trails on Google Maps. So I think we're good. Unwarned. Oh, wait. Yeah, that is unwarned. My goodness. I didn't even realize that. It is still currently unwarned. Yeah. That traveled outside of the tornado warning box there. My goodness. Yeah, that's a large unwarned tornado here heading towards Fuller's. I mean, it is going to hit Fuller's. There is technically like one building there. Let me see if I can pull that up on Google Maps. I can't really find it, but Fuller's, New York. That's not right. Yeah, the Google, it's such a small area that
A new
Google Maps
tornado
isn't even
warning has
bringing
been
that up.
issued.
Okay, they just expanded this tornado warning now to include Fuller's, Thurman, Stoner Creek. But man, this thing is still a large tornado that is on the ground here, pushing into Fuller's. And this is our fifth tornado. I do want to come back down here further south, checking on this circulation. Yeah, still not seeing a definite debris ball there. Well, actually, that's on the ground. That is most likely on the ground here, south of Lakeview. That's our sixth tornado there, heading towards Corinth, New York. It might be brief. That circulation does appear to be dying off a little bit, but that's two tornadoes now on the ground at the same time here in New York. Oh, yeah, this has been kind of a prolific outbreak here in the region. Yeah, still a tornado on the ground here approaching Fuller's. Still be in your safe spots there. That's still a very dangerous situation. Also seeing another area of circulation here, but it's a little bit on the weaker side, but that might try to produce. We'll keep an eye on it. But yeah, this one is on the most likely on the ground here, south of Lakeview. I do just want to wait one more scan to 100% confirm. But I mean, everything is lining up here. There's a debris signature. There's that velocity couplet we got. I'm like 98% sure that that's on the ground, heading towards Corinth. And again, we do have cameras in and along this highway, so we are going to be able to start intercepting some of these storms. This is the view here from Glen Falls, kind of out in front. We're keeping an eye on it. Winds. Oh, this up here is inflow contamination, most likely. No, that might be something. Yeah, I could have had two tornadoes up there potentially. It's hard to tell. I mean, this does appear like an inflow cavity though, so I'd be surprised. And yeah, that little area was always in the inflow there. So yeah, I don't think that's twins. I think that's just an area of inflow that developed there. I don't think that was a tornado. You would see a higher DBZ spike. Yeah, still a large tornado. Looks like it's over here near Fuller's. Thank you, Mike, for the 10. Still a large tornado over here near Fuller's going towards Garnet Lake. So need to be in your safe spots there. Yeah, it looks like this was just a very brief and subtle tornado there south of Overlook. That is not currently on the ground anymore, so I'm going to bring this back to one tornado down in New York. Yeah, still a larger tornado still up here right there near Fuller's. The latest velocity scan, though, is indicating that this thing might be starting to weaken. There still could very well be a tornado there approaching Garnet Lake. You guys still need to be in your safe spots there. And thank you, Jaw711, for the $2 donation. Thank you. That's very helpful. Does help out the channel a lot. You guys have no ideas how far those donations really do go. I mean, well, I live off of those donations. So thank you so much, helping us keep the lights on a little bit further. But yeah, Lake Luzerne and Corinth still need to be in their safe spots. Also, Queensbury, Glen Falls, Saratoga Springs still need to be in their safe spots. And a quick reminder is that safe spot is the lowest, most interior room of your house with as many walls between you and the outside as humanly possible, a tornado shelter, or a basement that is underground. But yeah, this area right here could tighten up. Still, I mean, it just produced a brief tornado and can produce another one if it tries to tighten up again. But it is a little bit broader here than the last scan that we had from it. But that's still strong and broad rotation. That is heading kind of south of Glen Falls. Let me get a camera south of Glen Falls up here. Hold on. The one we were using was kind of like right in Glen Falls, but I'd rather go just a little bit south, like right here. Yeah, this is perfect. There you go. You can see the storm in the distance there as well. See if we can see that thing try to produce a tornado. I mean that tornado will become very close to this camera here if it does try to drop again. There's a storm on the top right of your screen. And this is that circulation that's going just to the south of Glen Falls, about to move into Corinth. Still no latest velocity scan on that. Let's come back up here and check on this northern tornado. See if it's still on the ground. Yeah, it looks like we're getting debris spread out, but I mean, there's still potentially a tornado in there still. Just harder to tell. It's either on the ground still or we have debris kind of falling out of the sky there. But there's still a little bit of a couplet there. So until I see that debris really start to minimize, we're going to keep our wording on it the same. Also noticing another little couplet down here near South Galway and Galway Corner trying to form. No debris ball on that one just yet, but keeping a close eye on it. Should be able to get a view of this thing. Oh, wow, there's something back in there. What the heck? I think it's a wall cloud. I don't think that's a tornado, but man, does that look like a wedge tornado back there? Let me turn on the color correction here. Yeah, you can really see it right back in there. I don't know what that is. I think that's a wall cloud. Unless we see a debris ball on radar, we're going to be calling that a wall cloud for now. It's a little bit obscured by rain. I'm not seeing any debris being lofted up under there. We'll keep a very close eye on that. And just check here on the big screen. Yeah, still some broader circulation there. So I do not think that that's a tornado right now. I think that's either a wall cloud or that leading edge of the shelf. So I'm not seeing any evidence that there's a tornado on the ground with it. It's my official statement right now. We'll keep an eye on that area, though. Yeah, that's that mesocyclone. At least the leading edge of the shelf. It's either a mesocyclone or the leading edge of the shelf. Does look suspect, that's for sure. I think that's a fair assessment. It looks suspicious, but I mean, I'm not seeing any power flashes. We'd see power flashes if that was a tornado, and I'm not seeing any of that. I thank you, Bernadette, for the $4.99. I do appreciate that. Not seeing any power flashes. Not seeing any like debris balls on radar. Okay, so yeah, I think this tornado has lifted down here. That is definitely looking like some debris spread with this storm heading towards Garnett Lake, but we're watching. Still got a decent area of circulation. Does it seem like that old area of circulation has died off, and we might have a new area forming over here near Garnett Lake in Oregon. Yeah, latest scan here, still a broad circulation. Still decently strong broad circulation, but still no tightening or debris ball just yet with that. I mean, we're looking at it with our eyeballs here. Still not seeing any power flashes yet. But Glen Falls, Queensbury, Saratoga Springs here in New York still needs to be in their safe spots as we are still monitoring this little area, which again could spin up pretty quickly. We've seen these tornadoes spin up relatively quickly today. So it's definitely worth being in your safe spots for. Retweeting something on Twitter here of some damage in Rome, New York. This was from a tornado earlier. Yeah, lots of damage being reported in Rome, New York. Just retweeted it. Oh yeah, you can really see that shelf cloud starting to pull up here. Again, this camera is located just to the south of Glen Falls, New York. You really start to see it show up. So we have to refresh this really quick. Do that. Go. Yeah, it's definitely a shelf cloud back in there. Yeah, I don't think that is like a wall cloud. It kind of looked wall cloudy earlier, but now we have a much better view of it. It is certainly a shelf cloud. And again, that's this storm here approaching Glen Falls. We might go a little bit further north because it doesn't look like that circulation is about to move into Glen Falls. So it'll be worth it just to kind of look around and see what it looks like, maybe a little bit further north. See if we can see anything. And you can see that shelf cloud kind of pushing in on this view here. You can also see it kind of, if we need to intercept a tornado, we'll come up here to Glen Falls for sure. But as of right now, I don't think there's a tornado on the ground, and this is certainly our best view of the storm right now. I'm going to change my wording because I think that tornado has lifted completely up there to the north near Jonesburg. Still keeping an eye on all these circulations. That old circulation near Thurman has died, but we do have a new, broader circulation starting to develop there. And then we also have another one to the north near Minnevera, New York, that we're watching as well. Still waiting on the latest scan. Still a little bit of a broader circulation approaching Glens Falls. Still not seeing a new tornado on this storm. It did produce a brief one, most likely. I think the total tornado count right now is sitting at 6 tornadoes for today. I think I missed this donation. Thank you, Activista, for the 20. I do appreciate that. That is a huge help out to the channel. They say, because of you, I warned my brother at work who is only a mile from Rome tornado. He warned others. They had no idea. Thank you for making the choice to, yeah, no problem. Thank you so much for that donation. That's huge. And I'm glad that we were able to, help get the word out for you. Really happy. What we're here to do. Yeah, that's the latest there from that camera. Just a shelf cloud there. Not seeing anything overly suspicious as of right now. Still keeping a close eye on it, though. Yeah, I don't think we're going to be intercepting a tornado with this. Hopefully, near Glen Falls, as that circulation is continuing to broaden out quite a bit. There, Corinth. Oh, interesting signal here. Time was that? 4:06. Yeah, I don't think that's anything. That's still the inflow of the storm. I have to watch this little merger here south of Saratoga Springs eventually. No rotation on it right now, but we have seen a lot of the times, at least with the storms today, that we have these little mergers kind of pull into New York first. And then that kind of wraps up the line around it, and we start to see, more rotation. So we might have to watch this merger near Saratoga Springs as that pushes up to the north. That would be like north of Malta. And in fact, I might move our camera down to there. That's what I'm going to do. We're going to move the camera down to Saratoga Springs and see if we can get an eye on that developing storm there. Or Saratoga. So there's Glen Falls up there. Here's Saratoga. Can we get a view on it? It'd be south of Saratoga where we would need to be looking. Yeah, a little bit further south than that. I don't think we're going to be able to find a good view on... Oh! Maybe something... Maybe we can see it from here. Eventually. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. Yeah, this area of circulation is now getting a lot broader and a lot weaker, thankfully, as this pushes into West Glen Falls and Glen Falls there in New York. So that is getting broader and weaker. And so is this one up here. Broader still. This one up here is looking a little bit suspicious near North River. Let me check that out with this radar. Yeah, this radar is not really picking up that little circulation that well. Check this one. I think that's just some broad circulation up there as well. Might just be the fact that we're kind of on the edge of the radar's kind of view. As you can see, kind of got this little line here. That's the edge. If it's at least the higher definition view of these storms, might be making it look like it's a little bit stronger than what it is. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything yet with this camera. Which makes me think it's not really, might be too far away. Might be too far south with that one. And these ones look interesting. They're just a little bit low resolution. I can't really see much with them. Some rain happening on this camera. Some heavier wind as well. Keeping an eye on this storm. Still not overly concerning right now. That is a little developing supercell down there. All right, I need to use the restroom, but I've been holding it for like 30 seconds. Or not 30 seconds, like 2 hours. Just give me a second. I am back. So I'm wondering, are we going to get a transition to maybe a more of a southern mode here for like a tornado threat, or are we close to the end of the tornado threat? Let me check out the latest SPC hourly meso analysis here. Just see what the environment is looking like. Yeah, still kind of the same sheer environment on the southern side of this. I thank you, JA, for the 5. I do appreciate that. What radar program? I do not share that anymore. I used to share that. I'll let the mods answer that, but I do not answer questions like that anymore because I'm a little bit suspicious that I just don't like giving free promo to radar. Well, I almost said it. It's more of just like a conspiracy theory I have. I feel like Radar Mega's making YouTube bots and sending them in my chat. This is a conspiracy theory. It's the only conspiracy theory I have. So I don't, but the mods will answer it. I'm just not going to say it publicly. Yeah, latest scan here, maybe a little bit of rotation still with this storm. Yeah, a little bit of rotation is developing with this storm near West Township. I don't think that that's anything there. Yeah, that's in the or like not at the inflow, but in some clear air there. Yeah. I mean, that one near Glen Falls is completely falling apart. This one appears pretty broad and it's starting to weaken. We're definitely getting a little bit of a break here in our little tornado threat here. And if I could only get a view on that storm there, that'd be so nice. And this is over here, kind of just to the south of Saratoga Springs that we're watching right now. Definitely some gustier winds still pushing through. Definitely a little bit of a supercell trying to form there. I mean, you kind of see, definitely got that supercellular structure here, but there's not a whole lot of rotation with it. So it's not like that really means anything in particular. It might be a little bit of a meso in there, but mainly just seems to be a rainmaker at this point. I might try to go search around for some more cameras since we don't have any like very pressing circulations to cover here. Let me see what we got. I'm just hoping one of these cameras can eventually try to, I mean, at the very least, we can pick up how strong the winds are in this storm, which they are still pretty strong. You can see them moving across the road there. Look at that. And actually pretty strong winds in Saratoga Springs right now. It's warned, but the storm is warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and I think that kind of lines up with the winds we're seeing. Because like anything past like 70 miles per hour kind of looks like an apocalypse, like a mini apocalypse. It looks crazy. Like 80-mile-per-hour winds look crazy on radar, or like in like the view there near the surface. So we're definitely not having that happen here. So we're probably somewhere around those 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts there in Saratoga Springs. But it does look like the tornado threat, at the very least, for Glen Falls and Queensbury is downtrending here. Very broad circulation there with that storm still. Also up there near Jonestown and Thurman. And not seeing anything else that's like really catching my eye in terms of like dangerous circulations. It's only a few miles from Wells. Yeah, Wells took a direct hit from a tornado earlier today, unfortunately. We should be nearing the end of the tornado threat. I mean, there's still a decent amount of instability. Still wouldn't be surprised if we saw another spin up try to happen. As of right now, I'm not seeing anything on the ground. But if you're just now tuning in and you want to know a little bit about the news, we do have some news to report. What has happened today? Earlier today, it was Rome, New York, got hit by a decently strength tornado. You can see a church was damaged, steeple destroyed, parts of the roof collapsed there. Oops, I still have the tornado thing on. Let me take that off. There we go. That was in, again, Rome, New York. It took a direct hit by a tornado. Let's see here. A lot of photos coming in from Barb Walker. We had a lot of trees down in Rome, New York as well. Tree down there. Another tree down as well. Oh yeah, and there was this. This is from Bill Graves. This was a big old wall. It went all the way up to like here. That has fallen over. Was hit by the tornado there in Rome. I don't think we have any updates from Wells. I'll check out Wells, New York. Let's see if there's any information coming out from there yet. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, nothing in terms of like damage photos or anything coming out of that area. It's a pretty small area. We'll probably won't see anything out of that for a while. Till like a news crew goes down in there. Yeah, latest scans out of the storm here near Glen Falls. Might be seeing a new area of circulation trying to develop there. Still a little bit on the broader and weaker side as that approaches Kingsbury. I feel like Kingsbury still needs to be in their safe spots. And yeah, the supercell here is trying to wrap up a little bit after Saratoga Springs. Still a little area of some rotation there as well. But yeah, so far we've had 6 tornadoes today, at least that I've been able to confirm on radar here in New York. I thank you, Pam Wild, for being a member for 15 months. I do appreciate that. Yeah, and by the way, a little update. This is in a 2% tornado risk where we've been seeing all these tornadoes. Almost as active as that little 10% tornado risk we had not too long ago. That last little tornado event that we had in New York, that produced 7 tornadoes, and we're already at 6 with this one. Yeah, West Virginia is getting some storms right now. They're pretty weak, but some wind and rain and thunder can't be ruled out. We're also getting a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings down here in Pennsylvania. as well for 60-mile-per-hour winds. With all of these guys, one's heading towards Sparta Township, one just went through Allentown, heading towards Lansdale eventually. We're not expecting these to become tornadic at all. It's just mainly these storms over here associated with these little MCSs that keep on forming, these little tiny kind of cyclones that are forming, kind of briefly increasing that shear at the surface. And with that upper level shear still located over the storm, there's still going to be some potential for tornadoes still. So we'll stay in the air until we start to see a lot of these rotations completely dissipate. So still not out of the woods. Still want some people to be in their safe spots for now. Over there to the east of Glen Falls, Hartford, Salem, Schuylerville, Cambridge, and Easton. Here in New York. Is there any hail in Saratoga Springs? Let me check on that. We'll check on the Ville. Yeah, there could be some hail actually in Saratoga Springs, south of Saratoga Springs, going into Eddy Corner. It's probably not big hail. Like it's probably like penny size to nickel size, but there could be some hail in there in southern Saratoga Springs. It'd be very small if there was. Maybe even pea-sized. Thank you, Candace, for subscribing. I do appreciate it. Welcome. I'm glad you found us. Some impressive rain coming down. You have a waterfall coming out of your gutters. Wow. We haven't had too many flood warnings out in this area, although earlier today we had a flood report or some major flooding happening and a dam potentially breaking out over in parts of Missouri. We also had some tornado reports, actually. Wow. Yeah, these happened 12:04 p.m. I think that happened right before I went live. Yeah, unfortunately, I got terrible sleep last night, so I missed those. I woke up at like 11, like 11:30, and rushed to get live as fast as possible. Went to bed. I went to bed at a good time. I went to bed at like 11 or no, like 12 or 1 a.m., which is a decent time for me. But unfortunately, I just kind of sat there and couldn't go to sleep. After that 9-hour live yesterday, my brain was just too wired. Too wired thinking about all the folks impacted by those storms, and takes a while for me to calm down after a long live stream like that. I got 3.5 hours of sleep. Yeah. Here in Vermont, still fixing the floods from last week. Yeah. Yeah. Unfortunately, floods do have long-term impacts. Part of this line is making it into Vermont. It's going to be kind of going through like Rutland, Castleton, Manchester Center there. I'm still not seeing any circulations that are like sticking out to me as concerning. That little area broader rotation has completely died off there east of Glen Falls. We still have some broad circulation up here north of Warrensburg, but I'm not overly concerned about that one at this moment. And then anywhere else and along this line, I'm not really seeing any spin ups yet that are like sticking out to me as overly concerning. Over here near Schuylerville, though, there's a little bit of developing circulation trying to happen. No debris ball on it yet, but keeping an eye on it. Not tornado imminent just yet, but yeah, I mean, 6 tornadoes. That's pretty impressive for this kind of storm. We were not expecting that, so it's definitely overachieved today. And one or two of them might have been on the stronger side, but we'll see what the rating there ends up being in Rome. This is officially a localized tornado outbreak. I think it's between like 6 and 9 tornadoes. We've definitely had a couple of decent amount of tornadoes for sure today. Schuylerville. Really? Wow. It looks like Schuylerville. You're telling me that's Schuylerville? If that's Schuylerville, that's on you guys. That's on y'all. That looks nothing like Schuylerville. You could have just put the word sky in there. Why y'all gotta make it so confusing? Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, that's on you guys. You brought that on yourself. You could have just used the word sky, but you spelled sky in literally the most weirdest way possible. Like, there's not a single person on earth that doesn't know this city that would look at that and be like, oh, yeah, Schuylerville. Oh, Indian names. Okay. That makes sense. That makes more sense. Oh, man. Latest scan, actually, north of Schuylerville. That's really starting to wrap up here, south of Fort Miller. We could get a tornado soon out of that. You know, all jokes aside, Schuylerville, Greenwich, and Salem still need to be in their safe spots here. You guys are still in a tornado warning, and we are starting to get a little bit more circulation here near Beacon Hill. That's pretty darn close to being able to produce. Siri called it Schulerville. Yeah, it's not surprising. That's what it looks like. And I keep hearing from my app that lightning is striking nearby my location. I'm apparently missing a thunderstorm. Oh man, that is probably going to end up being another tornado here. Still no debris ball with that couplet, but that is very close. Watch out there near Bald Mountain, Spraguetown, and North Greenwich. That is so close to producing a tornado there. That is right on the verge. Probably rotating like a top in that rain right now. I don't think we have any cameras over in that area. I think they all kind of stop on that road. Yeah, they all stop after Glen Falls. Approaching where? Let's see. Gilderland. Yeah, a little bit of circulation in there. It's a good little catch. There's also another little circulation over here near Gilderland as well. You can also technically call this area near Westerloo. Also some rotation south of South Burn. Yeah, still no debris ball. This is coming about as close as you can come to a tornado. But it's kind of looking like it's not going to drop one. But we'll see. Keep a close eye on it. That latest debris ball scan, though, there's nothing there. So that means that that rotation didn't produce yet. We'll also keep an eye on these southern circulations. You know, interesting note is that the better shear environment is further to the south. So if these storms can mature and tap into that, we might start seeing tornadoes near the Albany area. I do have cameras down there as well, so that will be some cameras that'll be somewhat helpful for those storms. I don't think any of them have a view on it just yet. Wow, they let the tornado warning expire? That's surprising. Yeah, latest scan though on this, it did kind of die off, so that's probably why they let it expire. That got very, very close there. My goodness. Got lucky there. But yeah, that rotation is now not looking nearly as bad. And this one here near Gilderland is still there. Still no debris ball. There's still a little area of rotation there that we got to keep our eye on. And we're down to 0 tornado warning, surprisingly. Yeah, there are some cameras in Albany that are getting a view of that storm down there. So let's go ahead and move our camera down to there. There's a storm that's approaching Albany. A lowering there on the left side. I think that's just Scud, though. There's only one view. Let me see if we can get one just a little bit further out. Yeah, just like that. Much better. I do want to see if we have a higher definition cam. Let's just look around here for a little bit. We got time. So no rush. Just want to make sure we have the best view possible that these cameras can give us. Ooh. A little bit higher definition. Tornado drops out of this. We'll see it, it seems. There's a little bit of rotation in this storm, but I mean, it's not really that strong. As the latest scan, seems to be kind of falling apart. So most likely will just be a actually got a little bit of rotation over here north of Westerlo still. Do not have time. Uh-oh, time has stopped, guys. Hold on. Let me go fix the time real quick. There we go. A little bit of circulations, a couple little circulations over here near Westerlo. Kind of in a weird spot, though. They are ahead of the reflectivity, so they would probably be located in this area of the storm. This one over here near Albany, it did have some rotation on it. But that rotation is kind of dissipated. We're still keeping an eye on it. Could maybe try to, recycle and try to reform, so we're keeping an eye on it. We got a good view on this camera here as well. If we need to, we'll dive south. I think we have some cameras further down to the south as well. Oh, wow. Actually, some flashes back in there. I think that's some lightning happening. Just want to make sure we have the best camera view, though. Still a couple more cameras in here that we should investigate. Sometimes you can find like a higher definition camera. What is that? Oh, okay. Yeah, it seems like just right off this road is going to be our best bet. We'll keep it on this camera. This appears to be our best one at the moment. There for the Albany area. Yeah, still not seeing any debris balls in any of these storms. Still a little bit of circulation over here near Dormansville. Oh. Hold on. Could be a brief tornado there. North of Dormansville. Want to wait one more scan as we're a little bit close here to the radar, but that could be a tornado there north of Dormansville. That'd be an unwarned tornado there. Yeah, latest scan, it's gone. Still a little bit of something here. Might be clear air. So I'm not sure if that's a tornado or not. It could have been a brief tornado that might have dropped kind of just east of Westerlo, but given how brief that was and how close it was to the radar, I can't say for 100% certainty that that was one. But if you know anybody that lives east of Westerlo, make sure you're checking in with them and making sure that they're okay, as that could have been a brief tornado. It's just That one I can't confirm for 100% there. Up here further to the north, not really seeing anything happening up there anymore. It seems like the focus is shifting further down to the south with some of these more semi-discrete storms. Yeah, that latest radar scan, that rotation is pretty much gone. So yeah, could have been a brief tornado there. Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay, so this is now a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. I don't know why my alerts aren't popping up for these anymore. They usually say PDS severe thunderstorm warning when they get issued, but it hasn't been saying it today. But yeah, we do have another destructive 80-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning for Manchester Center, Arlington, Salem, and Bennington. You guys need to be in your safe spots for that. Again, that is very strong winds approaching the Manchester Center, Arlington, and also Granville and Whitehall all need to be in their safe spots that approaches. This is in Vermont. Most of those cities are in Vermont there. And we'll do like a little zoomed out view as we wait for the latest scan. In East Greenbush looking towards Albany, showing a wide view of the storm. See if I can find that. You said Greenbush? Greenbush? Towards Albany? I don't even know where Greenbush is. Let me see. Greenbush, New York. Is it Greenboro? No. Let's come back over to here. Bush, New York. Greenbush Road. It's not showing up. It's issued. Doesn't announce that it's a PDS. Interesting. Okay. Oh, East Greenbush. Okay, I see it. This is in East Greenbush here. Looking at the storm as it approaches. South in Albany. Keeping an eye on it. Gustier winds about to push in for sure there. No debris balls or dangerous rotations, though. This one tried to briefly spin up. It still has a little bit of rotation in there. Still not seeing any definite debris balls within this thing. I don't think there's a tornado on the ground right now, but definitely worth still keeping an eye on. And Manchester Center, looks like they extended this northern part of the warning for 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to be for Brandon, Castleton, Rutland, Wallingford, Cavendish, also Rochester there in Vermont. And then down here to the south, we're still expecting potentially up to 80-mile-per-hour winds for Manchester Center, Arlington, and Bennington. Please continue to be in your safe spot as that approaches. Yeah. Either highway cams or like college cams we can use, but we're trying to be a little bit more careful. We can't use any news station cameras. Just not sure on the legality of all that, so I'm not even gonna risk it anymore. I was told by somebody that it could cause problems, so we're trying to stay away from using just any cam, and focus more on cams that like we can 100% use, like cams on government buildings we can use, traffic cams we can use, and also like college cams on colleges. Will a live stream be needed tomorrow? Probably not. I don't think tomorrow we will need to do a live stream. Maybe a new area of circulation starting to form near South Bethlehem here. Yeah, a little area of circulation starting to form there near South Bethlehem. We'll see if that turns into anything there. I have to go further south. Let me see if we have any near Coimans here. There are some around the Coimans area. And look at the view of this storm now. A really low-hanging cloud down there. That I don't think is part of the shelf. I mean, it's just a lot of scud down there. This is south of Albany, looking towards Albany. I think, yeah, looking towards Albany. Do want to get north of Corymon, though. There's actually a decent cam north of Corymon, so we're going to do that. Little area of circulation will come very close to this camera here. This is a nice high definition camera. Or higher definition. The area that we're watching right now with the most circulation is over here near South Bethlehem. Nothing on the ground is the latest correlation coefficient scan, but this is at least our strongest area of circulation right now. And that should be coming into view here shortly. On the right side of the screen. Also, a little interesting kind of more discrete cell here near Lenox in Massachusetts. Shouldn't really be in the best shear environment, but might have to keep an eye on that. It looks like that line of rain and wind is now pushing into Albany and Troy right now in New York. Keep our eye on that camera, see if we can see anything as that gets closer. Hey, it's better than 144p, which is what a lot of these cams have been today. So it is higher definition. It's an upgrade. Definitely wouldn't recommend buying a TV with that resolution, though. Yeah, latest scan, that little area of circulation is now getting a little bit broader. Still some tighter circulation south of Bethlehem going towards 87, but I don't think that's tight enough to produce. We might be pretty much here at the tail end of this tornado threat. Up there in the northern portion, I mean, we're mainly talking about those damaging winds of up to 80 miles per hour being possible, pushing into Manchester Center and Arlington. Still a destructive, severe thunderstorm, no doubt. This is certainly one of our more dangerous portions of the storm. And I'm interested. Is it worth? Do we have cams in Vermont? Near that area there. And are they live? They do not appear to be live. Yeah, there are cameras there, but they're not live cameras. Yeah, please continue to be in your safe spots here near Manchester. Also noticing another little circulation trying to form here north of Dorset. No debris ball on it yet, but it's trying to do something there as it approaches 7 here, in between Dorset and Danby. And some stronger winds about to push into this camera here. Look at that. Those are definitely packing a punch. I mean, this is pretty close to the radar. It's up to 70 miles per hour, almost 80-mile-per-hour winds pushing into this camera right now. Hopefully none of these trucks get pushed over here. Ski resort cams. Yeah, we probably use those. Like hotel cams, I think it's okay to use, and like ski resort cams. Because they are there for like tourism purposes. So I think those are okay. And looks like the camera went down. Keep it up just in case it comes back. But some pretty strong winds are surging here near South Bethlehem, going towards Nassau and East Nassau. 60 to 70-mile-per-hour winds are definitely going to be possible with that for sure. Need to knock out the power as well. Yeah, we're just not getting a good view of that little circulation. Let me check here. The latest velocities. Yeah, still a decent little area right in there. No debris ball with that just yet, but that could try to produce. So we'll stay live for it. Yeah, this camera is down and out here. Let me check another one. Have I had copyright claims? Nope. No, I've never had a copyright claim on any of the webcams that I've used ever. And I've used a lot. I've used news cams, I've used college cams, I've used pretty much any cam that I can find is what I used to do. And I never got copyright claimed or never got sent a cease or desist or anything like that. But it was brought to my attention recently that that could be possibilities. So I might have been just getting lucky, and that they didn't see it. But that's why I thought it was okay. I never have gotten a copyright claim for a camera. I did get copyright claimed once or twice for the music that I was using, which is copyright-free music, but people they steal the music. A little bit stronger circulation starting to form north of Wemple. Might have to watch this one closely near East Greenbush. In fact, let me bring up that East Greenbush cam again. That new circulation is going to come pretty close to here. Now, right in this region here, you can see the storm is starting to wrap around. We're starting to get an inflow form. That could tighten up here. We'll have to see. Watch out there in East Greenbush. It's not warned, but I'd be ready to go to your safe spots. I'll let you know when it's looking tornado imminent down there. Hey, thank you, Sup Girl, for the $13.99. I do appreciate that. Donating on behalf of your friends that are here and would donate if they could. All. That's nice of you. Thank you so much. Storm relative velocities on this still happening. Still a decent little area of rotation. No debris ball though yet, as the latest scans. So I still don't think that I still don't think it's on the ground just yet, but we're still keeping a close eye on it. We don't have the latest debris ball scan, so we'll wait for that before we say any definites on it. Oh, yeah, this is really wrapping up here. Well, might be a debris signature right here. That could be the beginnings of a tornado pushing into East Greenbush. Yeah, storm relative velocity is a tightening circulation and potentially a debris ball there. I want to wait one more scan. That could be a brief tornado there, unwarned south of Greenmont or Glenmont heading towards East Greenbush. Need to wait one more scan on that though. Just to see if that deepens at all. Because it's kind of on the rotations are kind of on the broader side here, or not on the broader side, but on the weaker end of the spectrum. And so is the correlation coefficient. Yeah, here's the cam. This camera right now is in East Greenbush, down the line of that circulation. So we should be able to see what it's like near the surface at the very least as this pushes in. I think that's Scud on the right side. Unless we start seeing debris fly, I think that's Scud. That's what we're looking for. Debris getting lofted into the air because that circulation is pretty much going to go right over the camera. Here we go. Here comes the wind and rain. It's going over the camera right now. That's actually a new circulation. Just popped up here where the camera is. No debris signature on it, but man, that's a new area of some potentially tornado imminent circulation. We'll see if we see anything on this cam. It's probably going to get a little bit hectic here. But that rotation, it's going directly over the cam. Yeah, wrapping rain curtains. For sure. Not seeing any debris getting lofted yet. Also looking for changes of wind direction as well. Yeah, latest CC drop is still not showing anything near East Greenbush. Came close, but I don't think we could have confirmed it. I mean, it got a little hectic there. That might have been like a weaker, briefer tornado there. But I didn't really see too much debris. There was wind changes, though, at the very beginning. But it should be past the cam now. So either it was like a rain-wrapped, uncondensed tornado that went over, or that was just that RFD surging into the area. Keep my eye on the cam. If I see anything, we'll switch back. Yeah, there's that area of circulation. There's another one actually near Sherwood Park, too. We have a couple of circulations here still. One here. This one just went through Greenbush. We have another one there in Sherwood Park. It's going to be coming very close to this camera again. So let's kind of come back over here. So we got another area of circulation about to come through. No tornadoes, at least that I can tell, on either one of these right now. We'll see if we see anything that contradicts that on the cameras here. So we might catch it right as it forms. Or there won't be anything. This is like an occluded circulation here near Sherwood Park. Still don't have the latest debris ball scan on it, though. Yeah, this was that first circulation that came through. This one here. Yeah, but no debris ball on it, so I don't think that was a tornado. Just some gustier winds and some rain wrapping around. And we were probably getting under that area, that other circulation, right about now. We're looking for trees falling, changing of wind directions, and debris. This is going to be showing us a live view. And that area of circulation is now pretty much directly over the camera again, and still no debris ball. I would probably be past the camera by now. So yeah, I don't think there's a tornado on the ground with that thing, but it's coming close here multiple times here. If we go over to the storm relative, see we do have some pretty decent circulations on these guys. East of Slitters and near Cows. Check back in on this guy up here. Still looking like a pretty beefy circulation there near Danby. There in Vermont. No no debris with it right now, so I don't think it's on the ground, but still monitoring this area of circulation near Danby. Some pretty strong winds with this storm as we saw, but don't think there's a tornado on the ground with it right now. Keep an eye on it. Don't think we have any more cams either in the path of this, if I'm not mistaken. Let me just double check. Yeah. And with some further east, like near Canaan, if anything happens near Canaan, we can check in on that. Canaan, New York. Lots of damage in Rome. Yeah, unfortunately, that is the case. Yeah, it looks like these circulations for the most part are past, and they are starting to weaken again. So that's good news. They got pretty close there, but then they didn't get it done, so that's good. Also, update on this 80-mile-per-hour windstorm. It is now going through Manchester Center and Arlington. Next in line is going to be areas like Bondville, if they continue the warning. Again, those 80-mile-per-hour winds can be very destructive, as strong as a weak hurricane, and also as strong as a weak tornado as well. So I'd definitely still be in your safe spots there in portions of Vermont. Still a very dangerous portion of the storm there. Do not let your guard down just because we don't have any tornado warnings. You live in Jersey? No tornadoes down in Jersey. Some severe weather, though. Near Sparta Township. This one's going towards Bridgewater, Franklin, and Raritan Township. All of our tornado activity today has been happening up here, where we have had either 6 or 7 tornadoes. If that brief correlation coefficient drop was a brief tornado that we had like about 20 minutes ago, then that could have been our 7th tornado, but it was a little bit too brief to be able to confirm on radar. In Nebraska? Oh yeah. Look at that. We got a storm wrapping into a outflow boundary, but there are no areas of rotation in Nebraska. So that's probably hail you're seeing. Storms are pretty strong though. If they latch onto that outflow boundary, we could have some issues with it. Latest scan here. Still some stronger winds on the southern side here, but I'm not seeing any tightening circulations. Still no debris ball with this. It's mainly pretty strong winds heading towards Dunham Hollow and Hoag's Corner. And then eventually we'll make it down to Stephentown. All right, let me get some more water here real quick. Be right back. Hey, thank you, Madonna and Christy, for subscribing. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, our last little views of the storm, we're going to come over here. Come from over here. Let's see if we can find the view. Southern portion near 90. Decent little view of the storm here. It should load. See kind of the back side of that shelf cloud. This is near Coymans. Check back in on this circulation here. Yeah, we still have a decent area of circulation near Danbury. Thankfully, still not seeing a debris signature with that. It's kind of in a radar hole, though. So it is possible that this thing could produce a tornado and we just wouldn't ever see it if it was on the weaker end. But the latest scan, though, is broadening it out a little bit more there. The latest with this storm over here near Taburton. Seeing a little bit of circulation right there. You get those reflectivity back in here. Oh, the latest rain scan on this thing just yet, so we're going to be keeping an eye on that. We'll see. Yeah, huge shout out to everybody that's liked and subscribed the stream so far. I would encourage others that haven't to subscribe and also to hit that like button on the stream. Liking the stream helps us reach more people on the path, and subscribing also helps us or helps you really get notification for on this channel, just in case that's something that you want in the future. This storm is starting to wrap up a little bit here near Dalton. Still in the inflow of the storm, though. Yeah. Not overly concerned with that right now. Still, my main focus is on this guy. I've got this surging gust front. Sometimes you can get little spin-ups on the northern side, but it looks like it's just mainly going to be some gustier winds right now. Some pretty strong gustier winds of 70 miles per hour, still approaching near Berlin. We did get a report coming out of Glen Falls earlier of 87 mile per hour winds, which is ridiculous. Very strong winds there, almost 90 mile per hour winds reported there in Glen Falls. So we're probably seeing some more power outages being associated with this storm. Let me check in on the latest numbers here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the power outages have upticked just a tad. So here's our latest view on the power outages, and now we're up to 154,000 people without power here in the state of New York. So that's a lot of folks that have been impacted by this storm. Checking over in Vermont. Not seeing too many power outages yet in Vermont as that line pushes in, but yeah, 154,000 people without power. Check back in on these storms here. Yeah, 2-inch hail on this storm. The only way that these guys produce tornadoes is if they kind of wrap up and start to latch onto that outflow boundary, which we're really not seeing right now. But yeah, some bigger hail in here, 2-inch hail pushing down to the south. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere, but eventually might make it pretty close to like Brewster and Taylor. They start to become tornadic. While I'm still alive, we'll go over there and take a look at it for sure. I think Storm Winter Media might be. Are they out there? I know they were going live today. I just don't know which area they were chasing. Yeah, they're in Nebraska. Near Burwell, Nebraska.
Yeah, giant.
So we'll put them up here. Just in case they do get a view. For now, we'll keep our camera up here. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like we're mainly just dealing with damaging winds now. Still keeping my eye on this storm here. Getting a little bit of circulation trying to develop on this more prefrontal storm. And that might pick up as this line of storms approaches. Again, that shear is kind of located along with this line. So as that line gets closer to this storm, the shear, the lower level shear will increase. We might see an increase of spin with this storm as it approaches areas like Greenfield and Northfield here in a little bit. Nebraska doesn't need my attention, guys. There's no rotation. It's just hail that's happening in the middle of nowhere. They got 1-inch hail over here heading towards Stapleton. Some damaging winds potentially, but I mean, this is marginal. Except for this guy up here, 2-inch hail. I mean, it's literally falling in the middle of nowhere. You know, it could impact Brewster though. So yeah, tennis ball sized hail now with this storm. If it starts to latch onto that boundary, we'll go check it out. I promise. As that could become a major tornado producer, and we do have a storm runner media out there, but we'll see. I'll keep them under me. That's about all the attention I'm going to give it for now. Once that starts approaching, higher populated regions, we'll go over there and check it out. But it's literally in the middle of nowhere. And it's not latching onto that outflow boundary. The outflow boundary is outrunning it right now. In the rotation, yeah, we can go check back in on that rotation again. Yeah, there's still an area of rotation over here south and east of Wallingford. It's still a little bit on the broader side. We have another even broader one over there near Clarendon and Wallingford. But for right now, they're just not overly concerning. This over here near like Brandon and Salisbury here in Vermont is very broad. So not seeing any like rotations that are like overly concerning yet in Vermont, but we're still checking in on them. They're just broadening out. Very low chance of a tornado right now. Seems like that tornado threat is almost over. I'm still keeping an eye on this storm, though, just in case. So it is kind of surging, and we still have this 80-mile-per-hour wind warning here that's going to be going towards Somerset, Woodford, and Searsburg next. You guys need to be continuing to be in your safe spots there for that, as that is going to be destructive and powerful. Again, we've already had associated with that line an 87-mile-per-hour wind report, which is definitely going to knock out power and cause some issues. So please continue to be in your safe spots. Large trees could be falling and causing a lot of issues. Wow, I didn't even notice this, but they did upgrade the categorical risk to an enhanced risk for today. When did they do that? Did they do that recently, or did I just miss that this morning? Help probably knows. Help, when did they upgrade that to an enhanced? I've been a little busy covering the storms. I thought it was a slight when I went live, but it might have been an enhanced. Wow. Look at this storm in Nebraska. Now that is a beast of a storm. Look at that. Is this morning? Okay. Yeah, help is like Siri, but for weather. All you gotta do is say, hey, help. What is the weather like in my area? Yeah, that's a big old storm over there. I'm not sure which storm he's nearby. I'm assuming he's near the northern one, if I had to guess. But yeah, big storm over there in Nebraska right now, for sure. Those cloud tops are pretty big. I'm assuming that's that 2-inch hailer. All the chasers seem to be in Nebraska. Yeah. Yeah. It's better chase terrain out there, so I don't blame them. I mean, out here, there's just a bunch of trees. You wouldn't really be able to see most of these tornadoes unless you're like elevated on a mountain down the line. Yeah, still warned for 80-mile-per-hour winds. We'll do a zoomed out view. Yeah, the photogenic storms. Yeah, these will be very photogenic storms out here in Nebraska. When you get these kind of little outflow dominated storms that kind of try to latch onto these boundaries out here, you can get some pretty photogenic. I mean, you can see those cloud tops are absolutely hitting the very top of the limit of where they can go. You see, it's kind of spreading out. Pretty powerful storms over here in Nebraska. Definitely got to watch them. You know, if they do latch onto that boundary, I mean, there is a 2% tornado threat out there for that scenario. As a classic example, though, of a stronger thunderstorm. Yeah. Still not seeing any concerning areas of rotation. Well, we'll have to see where the reflectivity actually comes through. Because that is a little bit of a couplet there, but it's probably in the clear air, but I just want to make sure. Check the correlation coefficient just to make sure we don't have like some sort of debris signature under that. Yeah, I think that's in the clear air of the storm. So it's probably just a little bit of side lobe there. Yeah, for like storms like this, you know, what you're looking for, just a little brief explanation. You know, you get a storm form like this right here. This is that outflow boundary right in this region. And essentially, along this outflow boundary is going to be increased lower level shear. And so if you get a storm kind of wrap its meso and attach to that outflow boundary, even in like a weaker tornado environment, you can still get a strong tornado out of those kind of storms. But we're probably not going to see these storms do anything tornadic until they start to latch onto these boundaries, which they don't seem to be successfully doing just yet. So it might not be enough upper level shear to kind of ventilate the rain cooled air far enough away from the center of the storm right now for it to attempt to latch onto a boundary. But we'll keep our eye on it. Definitely some big old hail in there heading towards Brewster there in Nebraska. I don't usually do that. You know, I'm usually not. I don't. I'm not. Very. What's the word? I'm not very picky. I'll cover low populated areas if needed. But when you have a storm like this that's literally in the middle of nowhere, it's like I'm not going to be much help to anybody talking about that right now. But Brewster still needs to be indoors and well away from those windows, from that very large hail that is with that storm right now. I still no debris ball over here near Cavendish. I mean, even this area is really not that populated either. Just depends on where the naders are happening. We gotta spend most attention. They did drop that 80-mile-per-hour wind warning, and now we're talking about 70-mile-per-hour winds, which is still strong, all the way along the kind of eastern portion of this storm. About to be done pushing through Lebanon and Claremont. But by the way, they did increase this severe thunderstorm watch here for Springfield, Hartford, Providence, Worcester, Boston, Lowell, Franklin, Dover, Biddeford, and Portland. I do want to do a poll really quick. Which color palette do you guys like more? So this is going to be officially color palette 1. And then the one that I'm about to bring up is color palette 2. This is color palette 2 here. So you just saw them both. Which ones do you like more? Color palette 1 or 2? I'm doing a poll. Hold on. 2. There we go. This again is color palette 1. And this is color palette 2. Oh, wait, no, this is color palette 2. Wait, did I mix them up? Yeah, this is color palette 1. The other one is color palette 2. Okay, yeah. Sorry. This is color palette 1. The other one was color palette 2. No pink and teal. Yeah, I mean, there is no like, it's not like, this is like a less, I guess, like there is pink when you have bigger hail on this color palette, but this storm, like a big storm on the other color palette, looks like this is color palette 2 here. And a big storm on this color palette looks like this. This is 2. The other one was 1. And this is color palette 2 here. We like traditional. Yeah, this is color palette 2. All right. Just so everybody's aware. And then this is color palette 1. Which one do I like? I like number one more, which is why I've been using it more. I personally like it more. I think like, when you have a circulation show up, it kind of sticks out a little bit more with this color palette, which helps me a little bit. I mean, not like that I need it help too much. I mean, I can read velocities pretty well. A little bit of circulation over here near Williamstown starting to develop north and east of North Adams. Keeping an eye on that. It's a little bit on the weaker side. Yeah, most people like to. So y'all like this one better, huh? This is the one that you guys are saying you like the most, is this one. With reds everywhere. It's classic. All right. We'll go back to this one. Thank you, Zinthroth, for gifting 5 memberships. I do appreciate it. If you guys are in chat, make sure you're thanking Zinthroth for that donation, as they just gave you a membership, a free one. A little decent area of circulation here. No debris ball there yet, but we might be getting close to another tornado attempt there. We'll keep an eye on it. But yeah, like with this one, like you can't really tell too much of what's happening because like everything's red. So I do like number one better for that aspect. What color palettes are you choosing from? So this is number 2. And then this one here is number 1. You see this one, you can see a lot more kind of the differences between the reflectivity and the storm. It's not all red, so you can see that, there are some differences between, some of these colors. The number 2, you can't really see that because it's just all red and pink. So I like this one better personally, but it seems like most people like number 2 better. I mean, I guess it's more traditional, but I don't know. I think I might just stick with number 1. I don't know. I think I might go against popular demand. I mean, the other one looks more scary. So there is that. But I just like this one because you could see more definition within the storm. You see more difference, between like what is, you know, more heavy precipitation and what is not. Because again, switching over to color palette uh, 2 here, you can't see that. It's just all red. You really have to zoom in to see those subtle differences. Redo poll. We messed up our votes. Okay, we'll redo it. Now that everybody. All right, so we got color palette 1 and 2. 1 or 2. 1 and 2. Star poll. And again, this is color palette 2. And then this is color palette 1. This is color palette 1. The reds are color palette 2. Yeah, 1 is 1 and 2 is 2. Man, these storms in Nebraska are looking pretty cool over here. Check this out. Biased poll. How is it biased? I'm not voting. What is the poll? We're voting for which radar color we like the most. This is number 1, this color scheme here. And then this is number 2. So whatever color you like the most, vote in the poll. Messed up radar Omega again. There we go. Okay. Nice little reset. I didn't shame y'all into submission. Y'all are making your own decisions. I'm just making sure you guys understand it. There's a lot of people in chat that didn't seem to understand which one was which. I like this one just because the colors are cool looking, nice contrast, and you can see, different, you can see it a lot better, the different amounts of reflectivity that there are in the storm. Number 1 is good too. I mean, number 2 is good as well. I mean, that's the more traditional route there. Yeah, still got 70-mile-per-hour wind warnings on this. Still keeping an eye on these circulations here. Especially this one is getting pretty close to trying to produce a tornado here near Reedsboro and Whittingham. Probably should get a tornado warning on that if I had to guess. I mean, that's some developing circulation. We might see a tornado out of that storm here in southern Vermont. All right. Looks like the poll is unanimous. And it's making an attempt here to kind of push into this outflow boundary here. And we're starting to see that rotation increase a little bit here, more in Nebraska. And the problem with this Nebraska storms is that I also don't have Nebraska in my thumbnail. So everybody that's clicked on the video is probably not from Nebraska. Let me see exactly which Storm Runner Media is on here. I think this is Garrett. Yeah, he's in Brewster, Nebraska. So he is near that big cell with that tennis ball sized hail. Oh, wow. Look at that lowering on the left side there. Jeez Louise, that is low to the ground. Oh, yeah, we're about to get a real good view of that storm. We'll keep our eye on it. Not going to get distracted by it too much, but yeah, next in line for this northern portion of the storm is going to be areas like Claremont, Lebanon, New London, and Bellow Falls. This is now extending into New Hampshire. Down here in Massachusetts, we have this area approaching Ashfield, Greenfield, and Northfield, Amherst, Northampton, Belchertown, and Athol. And then we got another one over here near Brattleboro, Wilmington, and Dover, and Bellow Falls. right here, there's your area of circulation that we're still watching. Looking a little bit weaker as the latest scan. Storm relative velocities, though, you can really see they uptick here as they approach Reedsboro and Whittingham. So we're still keeping a close eye on that. Still no debris ball on the scan. So we'll see. It's trying, but it's getting close, but no cigars yet. Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? Uh-oh. Sorry. Looks like the stream went down for a second. Sorry about that. Happens every now and then. We're back, though. Yeah, just make sure you refresh the stream. Just went down for a moment there. That's got some rotation in there. That's definitely spinning. We've got a rotating wall cloud, it appears, here in Nebraska. Things actually spinning very obviously. You can tell. Here, let me pull up my little cursor here. You can tell it's spinning on this side. And then on the back side, the clouds are moving in that direction. So we do have some spin developing.
Storm. Look at that right there.
It's a very impressive mesocyclone.
This thing might touch down. Wow.
It does appear to be latching onto that outflow boundary.
You guys can see it better on the
No.
roof cam.
Does not look better on the roof cam. Well, you can see the structure of the storm better. The colors are better on the other cam. You tell them. There we go. Yeah, this is in Nebraska.
Really intense lowering to me right there.
That might be a bowl funnel trying to form. Let me check out this storm again. This is looking a little bit on the concerning edge of rotation there. Oh yeah, it's wrapping. Oh my goodness. Yeah, this is very close to producing a tornado here. Potentially. Well, I mean, it looks like that kind of circulation there near the surface. Yeah, some stronger rotation picking up on this storm. It is trying to latch onto that outflow boundary. You can see it.
This thing's not tornado warned yet, guys, either.
That might get tornado warned in a little bit. Man.
Hold on.
And here's a view of that storm. Oops, let me bring this here. There we go. You can, yeah, that is rotating though. Watch that right side.
Now it's completely rain wrapped. I don't even know what that thing's doing back there.
It's under NWS plat. RIP.
Are you, do you copy?
Yes, sir. I'm right in the notch. Rapidly rotating wall cloud.
Yeah, it's rapidly rotating. That is for sure. This thing needs a tornado warning. I'm gonna be honest.
Gotcha. Okay, I'm sitting like just a few miles north of Brewster.
Yeah, definitely going to keep a close eye on that. And again, this is the storm here in Nebraska. Trying to wrap into itself. It is about to get a merger, though, which might throw a little wrench into the tornado genesis of this, or it could help it out, just depending on how it interacts. Definitely a decent area of circulation in there with this storm. So keep an eye on it. You can see it's definitely rotating there with the view there from Storm Runner Media. That could produce a tornado. So watch out there near Brewster. That's actually coming almost directly towards Brewster. If that produces, it might go through Brewster, Nebraska there. Let's come back over here to the northeast. check back in with our circulations over here, where we still do have a decent amount of rotation with this storm here near Wilmington. Still no debris ball just yet, but just continue to be keeping a close eye on that. If you hear train noises, get into your safe spots there. Holy moly. Thank you. Wow. Zinroth for the $100 donation. That is a crazy amount of money. That is a crazy amount of money. Thank you so much. Everybody put birthday cakes in the chat for Zinthroth. That's going to help out the channel a lot. So thank you so much. Man, look at that spinning underneath this storm right now. But yeah, that is a massive donation. So thank you so much. That goes a very long way in helping fund the channel.
This thing is spinning. Yes. I cannot agree more.
And definitely still a lot of rotation back in there.
South of 25, so.
Man, oh man.
That's the case. This is going to go right into Brewster. That little notch, actually.
There could be something back in there. It's hard to tell. That looks very close to the ground. Right there in the center, near the ground there, there's a very low wall cloud. That looks like it either is making contact or very close to making contact with the ground.
This is insanity. You guys want an insanity? You guys got insanity here.
Tornado potential? Yeah, there's tornado potential with this storm here in Nebraska, for sure. It's latched onto that outflow boundary. As long as it stays latched onto there, we could maybe even see a strong tornado be produced out of this.
Man,
oh my gosh!
Look at how low it is to the ground.
Another $50 donation from Zinthroth. What the heck, man? Thank you so much. That's a huge help out to the channel. That is huge. Everybody put birthday cakes again in the chat for Zinthroth. Thank you so much. That is a massive amount of money. And again, that is super helpful to the channel. Thank you. Jeez Louise. Yeah. Sorry, I know there's a lot of folks still here with this storm, but and we are talking about it.
Has been issued.
Looks like we've got to switch our attention over here. We've now got a new tornado warning here with this storm. And that's going to be for this region of the storm that is trying to latch onto this outflow boundary here that is going towards Brewster. If you guys live in Brewster, you guys need to be in your safe spots. In Nebraska. Yeah, this thing is starting to wrap up on that outflow boundary here, and it's going to try to produce. Right in there, there's that danger. Is that on the ground? Man, that looks like it's so close to the ground there. This is that storm that just got tornado warned here in Nebraska. It's a Storm Winter Media. They're live on YouTube right now on the storm. This could be moments away from producing. If you live in Brewster, Nebraska, you need to be in your safe spots. Because you can see on the bottom left, Storm Winter Media is also in Brewster, Nebraska. Man, that looks like it's on the ground there. Those rain curtains, those are definitely some stronger rain curtains there.
I don't know how intense you guys can see that, but those rain curtains are rapidly moving in there.
Yeah. There might be a tornado right back in there. That is rotating around that like a top. Thank you, Spicy Mike, for the $20 as well. And thank you, Zenthroth, for gifting 10 memberships. Thank you so much. That is a huge help out to the channel. If you guys got any memberships from Zenthroth, make sure you're thanking him in the chat. And also, Spicy Mike, huge shout out to you, man. That's a huge amount of money. Thank you. It is massive. Dude, how I don't like look at those rain curtains wrapping around that circulation.
I don't see down to the ground. Like, I don't
this
see
is
contact.
crazy.
I don't see a funnel or anything. But wow, look at this thing. Just how it's just spinning in all ways. The clouds, the rain curtains, they're all wrapping around each other. This could get very interesting, guys.
Yeah, the movement on this storm is crazy.
Continues to be insane.
You see the rain curtains are going to the right. Those clouds in the back are moving to the left. That's where that tighter area of circulation is. This thing is so close to producing a tornado right now. If you live in Brewster, this thing is coming very close to you. Let me see if I can see a debris ball on radar. Come back over here to the radar. Yeah, no debris ball yet. But there's that area of rotation. Very, very solid on radar here. And there's that area of tighter circulation. Still no debris ball just yet. But Brewster, Nebraska, you need to be in your safe spots. And there's no tornado on the ground yet, at least that we can say for 100% certainty. But man, I mean, this thing is definitely rotating. It's going to try to do something. As long as it's wrapped onto that outflow boundary, it will.
And
We'll
that's
see.
almost look like a multi-vortex. Yeah, kind of in a way. Not for sure.
DMs. Wow. Corey Gherkin just took an amazing wider shot of this storm.
Hold on, guys. She's trying again, right?
Just retweeted it on Twitter. Yeah, broader circulation still with this, but right in there, there's that area of rotation. If that could try to drop something. We'll keep an eye on it. It's not super strong, no debris ball just yet, but this thing is wrapping up in that outflow boundary. Does kind of seem a little bit on the outflow dominant side though, so this thing might be limited in time. It would either have to produce here shortly, probably within the next 10-15 minutes, or it might just get outrun by that outflow.
I don't want to scream or be like that type. Or just be really energetic. Like, I don't know. If you guys are expecting more of a reaction out of me, I don't. Wow, look at those rain curtains. They're rotating. They're rapidly rotating. Sorry about this windshield too. We're kind of in the right spot for it too. If it was going to drop, it would be right in here.
I mean, I think he should be screaming. I'm just kidding. Should we do a poll? Should Garrett scream at the storm? Should Garrett scream at the storm? Yes, no. There we go. Yeah, still a lot of rotation on this storm near the surface. It's a little bit broader, though. Man, you can definitely tell those clouds on the very top of the screen are moving to the right, and the clouds on the backside are moving to the left. Still pretty rapidly here. Yeah, rain curtains on the left side, too, starting to wrap around what appears to be that center of circulation here. Man, it's rotating like a top still. This is crazy. And there's that outflow dominant shelf right there. So it looks like he's repositioning. This is the storm right here. Stronger rotation there, still near Brewster. Still not seeing a debris ball, but this thing is very close to touching down to the ground. So we'll be keeping an eye on that very closely. Let's come back over here to the northeast and check out. Oh, wow. Just realized we have a severe thunderstorm warning for New York City. Near New York City, 60-mile-per-hour winds approaching near Staten Island. Watch out there. Also still have this line of storms over here. Yeah, still no stronger rotations with this. Still mainly damaging wind threat. Brattleboro, Greenfield, Northfield, and New London are continuing to be next in line there in Massachusetts, Vermont, and New Hampshire. And this thing is really wrapping up. Oh, man. It's going to come very close to producing. Here's Storm Intermedia's view of it. Pretty much right there over Brewster. Yeah, there's that circulation. I'm not seeing any funnels with it yet, but man, that rotation is getting rapid on radar now. Look, might be a little rain wrapped. There in the center of the screen on the right side. He's about to turn pretty much right towards that area of circulation. Yeah, you can see those rain curtains are wrapping around pretty rapidly back in there, so no tornado on the ground just yet, but this thing is certainly making an attempt here to produce. Man, those rain curtains on the right, man. I'm not sure how well y'all can see it, but that thing is still spinning like a top near the surface. And again, that's this storm. Very classic hook echo shape here, latched onto that outflow boundary still. With some strong circulation there, now pulling up into Brewster, Nebraska. Brewster, Nebraska, please continue to be in your safe spots. This could drop a tornado at any moment here. Really hope that broadens out on the next scan because, you know, that outflow boundary does appear to be kind of outpacing this storm. There you go. Latest scan, still a tight area of circulation there in western Brewster. No debris ball on it just yet. So, you know, it seems like our view here from Storm Runner Media and Garrett on the ground is kind of giving us an accurate depiction of what's happening here. It does seem like that circulation is getting pretty rain-wrapped at the moment, though. I think he's almost like, he's pretty much directly underneath that circulation right now. Because there's Brewster. He just drove through parts of Brewster there. So it is certainly a rain-wrapped circulation. Not sure if we'll see a tornado out of that. Right here in this region, there's that strong area of circulation as this storm wraps into that outflow boundary. Again, this is the only way we're going to see a tornado today in Nebraska.
Gosh, sing it. Oh no. Okay, he went.
There's some hail starting to pick up here as well. Yeah, you can hear that hail starting to hit his car as it wraps around that mesocyclone. Could be some tennis balls in there. Uh-oh. Hopefully his windshield survives. Not seeing anything in there. I'm watching closely just to make sure he doesn't accidentally drive into the circulation there. Yeah, latest scan, a little bit more on the broader side here near Brewster. Still no debris ball yet. No definite debris ball. All right, let's come back over here to the northeast. Yeah, still not seeing any stronger circulations within this storm. Still some strong winds, though, so nothing's really changed over here. We're still keeping an eye on it. Oh, wow. That might be it. That's the funnel, I think. Is it got movement?
Okay.
Not a whole lot of movement with that right now.
A few miles southeast of this thing again.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't know his exact location. We just know that he's somewhere near Brewster. He is trying to get south of the storm again, so I'm sure if he sees anything, he's going to let us know. I don't think that was a funnel. There wasn't too much movement with it. I think it's just scud. Funnels have a lot more movement.
I made it out now, yeah. Why are you guys confused?
Yeah, we'll be keeping a close eye on his stream there with this storm. It does seem like that outflow boundary is surging, so still a little area, though, tighter circulation south of Brewster. Still no tornado on the ground, but this thing still is packing a strong area of tighter rotation south of Brewster, continuing down to the south towards Milburn Ave. Still keeping a close eye on that. This is really going to be the only storm. We'll have to see what this merger can do to it. What might happen is we might see this thing lose its rotation as the merger happens, and then we might get a little bit of a kind of colder air as the storm gains mass, with all of this cold air kind of getting into, or all these mergers kind of merging with this storm. It'll gain a lot of mass, and that's got to go somewhere, and it'll probably come down. And we might see this thing try to reconnect to that outflow boundary, but initially it should become a little bit more outflow dominant here in the short term. And we should see that rotation start to dissipate, depending on how these mergers interact with it. You know, if they stay more to the right side of the storm, the right side of the inflow, which it doesn't appear they are, then they might not have too much of an effect, but we'll have to see. We're keeping a very close eye on it here, though, for Brewster, Nebraska. It looks like you guys dodged a bullet, though, because it doesn't seem like it was on the ground at that moment. Yeah, latest scans up here for this storm. Still have some stronger winds pushing in. Just went through Claremont, now approaching New London. Again, could have 70-mile-per-hour winds. It's going to cause some power outages up here. Still pretty serious storm up here. We're not forgetting about you guys. Over here for Keene, this thing is still warned for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Pushing towards Chesterfield, King, Swansea, Peterborough, Jaffrey, and Hillsborough. And then we got this one over here near Greenfield that is still pushing off to the east towards Greenfield, Northfield, and Athol. You guys need to be continuing to be indoors and away from windows. Not seeing any strong rotations still with this storm. Still very broad. Still mainly just a damaging wind threat. But those damaging winds can cause power outages, trees to fall down, and some damage. So watch out there. Yeah, also in southern Philadelphia, we are getting some storms formed down here, about to push into like Lancaster and York and Ephrata. And as of right now, this is the most concerning storm in the country. Still has some pretty decent areas of circulation under there. Still no debris ball, though. The latest velocity scan, it's still holding on to it, so those mergers aren't affecting the storm too much yet. Jake, I appreciate that. You can really see that kind of wrapping around in there. It's kind of a mess. Surprised this thing still has this much rotation, I'm going to be honest. Still not producing a tornado, though, as far as I can tell on radar. That outflow boundary is now all the way out here. It doesn't look like any of these other storms will surge like that and wrap up. It seems to be the only one in Nebraska, at least for now, that could produce maybe a stronger tornado. Hydrate? Yeah, let me get some hydration in me. You want to wait one more scan for this storm, then we'll go back up to the northeast. This is the current view near the storm from Storm Owner Media. See, he's still repositioning. It's going to become a rain-wrapped mess here for a little bit.
Yeah, I do have Pleasant Valley Road to Dry Valley Road that goes across. I guess that goes back to 91, though.
Yeah, as you can see, this thing is completely rain-wrapped right now. So probably not going to see a tornado on his feed, but yeah, they're south of Brewster. Looks like it's getting a little bit broader here. Still no debris ball just yet. Keeping a very close eye as it is somewhat latched onto that outflow boundary. You can actually see the outflow boundary kind of wrapping up into where the inflow of the storm was. So it should be becoming more outflow dominant, and we should start to see this rotation continue to weaken. And the next little chance it's going to have is going to be after It kind of merges with this storm, and we might see another surge and a push for that outflow boundary. But it does seem like this initial rotation is also occluding a little bit farther up into the parent supercell. So we'll be keeping an eye on it for sure. Let's come back up here to the northeast. Check out our latest scans just to make sure we got any new rotations starting to form. Nope, nothing yet. Still keeping a close eye on it. Still warns 70-mile-per-hour winds all the way down the line here, so nothing has changed there. We'll wait for the latest scan with this one, and then we'll go back over to Nebraska. Color table is this. This is a fluorescent one. I forget what the name is of it, but I have it in Radar Omega as fluorescent. I really like it because you can kind of see better. You don't have all those reds, and it's harder to determine the intensities inside of the storm. It also has really nice contrast too. By the way, lighter gray is a severe thunderstorm watch, and like a darker black color, that is a tornado watch. We don't have a tornado watch anywhere in the country, as you can see, but yeah, I really like it, and apparently everybody else does too. Can I do what the news does and terrify people? Sure. If you live in Greenfield, Northfield, Swansea, Keene, Chesterfield, New London, watch out. There's a tidal wave of winds coming your way. It's going to sweep you and your house off your feet. So make sure that you are finding a nuclear bomb shelter to get inside, or you will not survive this storm. Coming back over here to Nebraska, we have got an absolute explosion of thunderstorms happening over here. You can see just by the way the radar looks. It looks like there was not just 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 atom bombs dropped over here, and now we're starting to see that shock wave of an outflow boundary push down to the south. And I just feel bad for everybody in Brewster because there's probably nobody left. This is 100% going to make it down into Broken Bow at Ansley, and eventually Kearney is a long track, massive hurricane NATO. So watch out. There you go. I'm well studied. I'm well studied on the thing I hate the most. There you go. You can clip that too. Post it on Twitter and be like, oh my God, this dude is a fear mongerer. Yeah, latest scan on this storm south of Brewster. It looks like that rotation is getting weaker as expected here, and a little bit more broad as it goes through this merger. So that merger is starting to affect the storm. It is starting to get a little bit more weaker, and you can see that outflow boundary is surging a little bit more effectively outside or out in front of the storm. That is more entertaining to do. I can see why people do it. That is fun. It is kind of fun. It definitely adds like suspense and fear to it. Fear but I don't like to do that kind of stuff. I like to just kind of tell you what I see. It's a little bit more boring, I get it, but at least you're getting accurate information, and I'm not gonna tug at your emotions. I jinxed it. Pulled a direct weather, yeah. Yeah, he goes nuts on his thumbnails. It's crazy. Definitely would not recommend his channel. Direct weather is bad. The grass is gone. Yeah, there's no more grass anywhere here in Vermont, New Hampshire. Unfortunately, no trees left. They're all in the ocean. uh, Yeah. Over here, the reality of the situation is we do have some stronger winds. They can produce some power outages. They can also produce some tree damage for sure. It's going to feel a little bit intense, but just make sure that you are indoors and away from windows, and you'll be all right from these storms as they push off to the east. Again, next in line is going to be Keene, Northfield, and Greenfield. Just continue to hunker down, be indoors, well away from those windows as the storm approaches. Oh, they actually let this tornado warning expire on this storm now. So we're back down to 0 tornado warnings. Ominous music plays. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, we need to get that one AI song. By the way, I do not endorse AI anything. It was pretty funny. Forget. Let me see if it saved it. Like a very intense song. Was it Electric Rock? Is this one it? Oh yeah. And in the left corner, it's the massive, super freaking huge thunderstorm pushing down to the south, coming to wreck Melbourne with a wall of rain and hail. uh, it sounds like a cartoon show. It is crazy how AI can do that. I think it is an amazingly interesting technology. I just think that it's like super destructive to the creative world and it's going to cause a lot of people to lose jobs, and I'm not really looking forward to it getting smarter or better. Yeah, no tornadoes on the ground in Brewster yet. This is past. We do have some decent circulation underneath it. We never saw a debris signature with it, and we've
A new
had at least.
tornado warning
Oh,
has been issued.
looks like they reissued that tornado warning. All right. Tornado warning in Nebraska. There we go. Yeah, they did just issue a new tornado warning for this storm. There's still a little bit of rotation on it. It's not super strong, but we're watching out for maybe some brief contact on the ground. It is still trying to produce as it occludes behind this little outflow boundary. Next in line is going to be Milburn there. Oh no. I'm sorry to hear that, Chloe. That's extremely sad. You would like something to make you feel better? Well, I'm not sure if watching severe weather coverage will make you feel better, but uh, and I don't think there's anything that anybody can say to make you feel better. I think it's okay to feel sad. That's kind of how I go through close deaths in the family. I just allow myself to feel the emotion and I just let it all out. And I think that's the healthiest way to go about it. But, everybody has their own processes. I don't think watching people get affected by severe weather is going to make you feel much better. But I am sorry that that happened. And, and yeah, uh, I, I, I can't imagine. Yeah, over here in Massachusetts, we're still watching these storms. This one down here is trying to form a little bit more circulation near Bernardston. It's kind of it's not very strong rotation, but we're still keeping an eye on it. Still mainly a damaging wind threat of 70 miles per hour pushing off to the east. Still heading towards New London. Looks like New London's about to get impacted. Keene, Northfield, Greenfield is now getting impacted, and Athol is going to be after that there in Massachusetts. New Hampshire, and yeah, Massachusetts and New Hampshire there. And there it goes. Looks like our Hurricane NATO has the rotation has completely been allowed to expire. It has lost its marbles. It is now no more. It is gone. See ya. That rotation is pretty much just non-existent. It has faded into the distance. All right, let me end this poll here. It's been up for too long. Still keeping a close eye on it as it pushes down towards Milburn, but I think the threat with this storm is going to be pretty much done here. Unless we start to see some sort of merger start to happen that actually helps it. You know, once it clears out the merger, it might try to wrap up again, but just not overly confident with that right now. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. I'm probably not going to let this tornado warning, though, stick around for too much longer, given the fact that the rotation has just completely gone away. Chloe is a troll. She was doing that on another stream the other day. Oh. That's wild. Wow, I just said all that for nothing? Find this person. I'm gonna take off Stormrunner Media so people can see me ban them. It's messed up. Everybody in chat was sending their condolences. No, no. I was gonna do it. No, not timeout. Hide channel for eternity. There we go. They gone. I felt so bad too. That's messed up. Pulling on our strings when nothing's happening. Trolling over the death of somebody. That's might be some of the weirdest stuff I've seen happen on the internet. Why are people like that? Well, never mind. It might be trying to make a comeback. Never mind. That's not the right region of the storm. Never mind. Just kidding. That area is completely occluded up into the parent supercell. We still have these two mergers ongoing. Might have to see what they do. Keep an eye on that. You're eating burgers? Yeah, y'all need to stop talking about food. And that is making me hungry. I haven't eaten all day today. I had to rush on to cover those storms because I just did not get good sleep last night. Glad I went live, but I am starting to get hungry. This is what it currently looks like underneath the storm. It's rain. I do want to see if there's any hail, though, still. At least where Garrett is. Yeah, there's not a whole lot of hail where Garrett is right now. No. So what the person said in chat was that somebody died today, and she did that on another stream a couple days ago. So no, she's not legitimately grieving unless somebody keeps dying every day. Yeah, no food before streaming is tough. But I had to rush on. I mean, those storms were looking pretty concerning. And I'm glad we did. I mean, Potentially 7 tornadoes over there in New York today. One hit Rome and caused a decent amount of damage. Another one hit Wells, New York, and I haven't really heard much from there, but they probably caused a decent amount of damage there as well. Yeah, it's pretty morbid. It's weird. Very weird. People on the internet are weird. You know, there is a high chance that that is not even a real person as well, so keep that in mind. With AI, people can make very, uh, very smart bots, like robots, that go into chats. Apparently, a recent study was done that 50% of internet traffic are not real people. So just keep that in mind. Which one of you guys are bots? Show yourself. No, but latest here on this storm, still severe warning for 70 miles per hour. Just went through Northfield. Now next in line is going to be Athol. Further up to the north, still warned for the same thing, pushing up towards Peterborough and Jaffrey. And then New London just went through it. And now Andover is next in line here in New Hampshire. We do still have some storms ongoing here in New York City. For 60-mile-per-hour winds, it's going to be pushed towards Hampstead and Freeport next. Middle Township could get some 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. This one over here near Allentown is still pushing off to the east. Yeah, I'm probably have to take a break. After this storm, after this tornado warning is allowed to expire, we'll take a break here. I'm going to eat. If this storm tries again within the next hour, I might consider going back live. But after this tornado warning expires, I think we're going to put a pin in for today's live stream. Or at least until I eat. I'm getting hangry. Yeah, be careful on the internet because again, there's a lot more like there's a lot new technology starting to come out with those AI bots, and it's very likely, within the next year or so, that most of the traffic, like 90% of the traffic, will be a bots. Like that's just only going to increase as AI gets smarter and smarter. So just be careful out there. You might be arguing with someone on Twitter and it's not even a real person. There's a 50% chance of that. So just be careful, especially on Facebook, on other websites as well. The chatbots are getting really smart. I'm not sure if any of you guys have actually interacted with an AI, like asking them questions, like the newer ones. Like it just feels like you're talking to a person. You can barely even tell nowadays, but a year from now, you're not gonna be able to tell the difference. Like with the AI videos, photos, or the chatbots, it's just gonna all feel like a person or real. And you got to be really aware. But once we get from a year from now, it's gonna be indistinguishable from like real art or real pictures or real videos or real people. You won't know. It's gonna get really weird on the internet, I feel like, in the next year. Because that new chat GPT thing that they just released is freaking crazy. It's mind blowing. It's really cool technology. It's just gonna ruin everything that is human. Which, we should have some interest in not having that happen, given that we are all humans. But I don't really think people realize just how fast it's moving and how dangerous the technology really could be. We're not talking about that's the thing. Like we're not even talking about the AIs taking over the world and becoming sentient and destroying things. We're just talking about the early frontier of it is crazy when you really look at it. Like I can literally make a song in 5 seconds right now using AI. Like that song I played, that sounded like a WrestleMania song. That one was made in 5 seconds. So it's kind of crazy. AI bots can't cuddle. Right now they can't. Just give it a couple of years. We're going to start getting them robots, and I can guarantee you one of the first uses of them is going to be for stuff like that. Guaranteed. That will happen. New mesoscale discussion. Let's check it out. Uh-oh. The AI is onto us, guys. Uh-oh. It says viewers in the chat are concerned that the recent tornadoes in Illinois are fake. What? Are asking where Evan Freiberger is, are concerned with an increase of AI bots on online spaces, and are discussing current weather in their respective locations. Uh-oh, it's on to us. It knows we're talking about it. It knows. Oh, wow. It's like Blondie also got a cool video of the storm that went through her area. Oh, wow. Definitely some gustier winds in there, for sure. Thank you for sending that in, Blondie. I do appreciate it. Oh, glad you're okay. It's going in New York City. In New York City, we have a little bit of a severe thunderstorm warning. It's pretty weak, just 60-mile-per-hour winds. Just make sure you're indoors and away from windows, and you'll be a-okay. Although some like areas near the near the buildings, like where spaces are a little bit tighter, the winds might feel a little bit more intense in those areas. Certainly, just be indoors and away from windows, and you'll be all right from that. Update here on the Northeast. Let's check in on the rotations out here. Yeah, looks like they're broadening out still. So I'm not seeing anything overly concerning or tornadic with this. This is pushing up to the north and east towards Athol, Jaffrey, Peterborough, Hillsborough, still next in line. They good news is they did just extend this northern warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and that's going to be going towards Franklin, Meredith, and Concord there. Yeah, the areas of rotation on this storm are pretty much gone. They're going to let this tornado warning expire. We're just sitting here waiting for it to expire, and then I'm going to eat. Go eat some food. Clickbait. It wasn't clickbait earlier, I promise. I just wasn't planning on being live this long. I thought we might get a couple tornado warnings up there in New York, and I was expecting to have ended the stream by now, but we actually ended up getting kind of a localized tornado outbreak up there. So we made it all the way to where these storms are going, and yes, you are right. It is clickbait. We do not have anything on the thumbnail for Nebraska. Yeah, this tornado warning is going to be allowed to expire here shortly. Just waiting for that to officially happen. Then we're going to hop off here. I'm going to eat some food, and if this storm tries to latch onto that outflow boundary again and try to produce a tornado, we will come back live if need be. Yeah, no problem. That was pretty intense up there in New York. I really hope everybody in Rome is okay and Wells as well. The other tornado, the strongest velocity couplet, thankfully, that we saw was like over a forest. That was probably the larger tornado that we had today. I need to go shopping too. I ain't got much to eat. Yeah, still no dangerous areas of rotation in this, and there it goes. All right. Well, thank you everybody for tuning in. Was a little bit more of an active day than I thought it was, but huge shout out to everybody that donated. I do appreciate it. It's very helpful to this channel, and it really does go a long way in keeping us funded. So thank you so much. Thank you also to everybody that subscribed and liked. Welcome to the channel. Thank you for helping us reach more people out in front of the storms. And another huge shout out to Blondie Help and eRev for keeping the chat a fun little place to hang out. And yeah, again, thank you guys for allowing me to do this every single day and survive. I mean, that's important. You know, we've been able to survive. We're making a living, and you know, we're keeping people safe. So that's all that matters. And I do appreciate it. Thank you guys so much. And I will see you guys. Hopefully not today. Tomorrow should also be a lot less, or should be a lot more chiller. So I don't think I'll have to go live tomorrow. But yeah. Anyways, guys, take it easy, and I will see you maybe in another video. Who knows? Peace.